Good afternoon and welcome to the Symposium, Empathic AI, Arts Create Industry. My name is Fernanda Parente and I'll be guiding you through this excellent program which was put together by Germany's federal government Center of Excellence for the Cultural and Creative Industries in collaboration with the European Commission's START initiative. So today we are bringing together experts from the arts, technology and policymakers to discuss AI and art. And the big question is, which impact do the cultural and creative industries, and in particular the arts, generate for the development of innovations between industry, people and technology? But before we set to ask all those questions and answer all those questions or discuss all these ideas, I would like to remind you that your participation is very important today. So there are two ways in which you can engage with us. Even though we are not personally on the same space, you have the opportunity to ask questions and make comments for some of the talks that we will have today through the Center of Excellence's social media channels. You can also answer a survey, and we would really appreciate if you do so by the end of the day, about your experience in this event, and the link to the survey can be found also on the social media channels of the Center of Excellence and on their website. But to kickstart the symposium, we'd like to invite two very special guests to say a few welcoming words. Bernd Wolfgang Weissmann is the representative of Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy, and Julia Kohn, Project Director of Germany's Federal Government's Center of Excellence for the Cultural and Creative Industries.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, hi everybody and good afternoon outside at the screen. My name is Bernd Weissmann and I'm Head of Division for Cultural and Creative Industries with the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs, and I would like to welcome you most warmly on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Economics. This event, the Symposium on Arts Create Industries, is one of the first events of the German EU presidency, and it's a big pleasure to have you all here at the screen. These are unusual times and it requires unusual steps, and that's why we don't meet face to face. When we started talking to the European Commission about the first ideas of this event, the discussion was about how can we drive awareness in the general public to make culture and creative industries more visible. Now everything is different. For many companies, economic survival in the crisis is a central issue, and governments everywhere are helping as best as they can. And yet we must also, with one eye, so to speak, look to the horizon, because research and development and production of content is continuing to happen globally. Artificial intelligence is a central topic in the public debate these days, but nobody really knows what is meant by it. Nevertheless, we know one thing for sure. We cannot look at artificial intelligence only from a technical point of view or from the perspective of pure optimization. In the end, it's the application and the emotional side of it which will decide if AI is supportive and helpful for the people. This will decide on social success or failure. We hope that today's discussion and the accompanying exhibition will help us in getting a better picture and new inspiration. Of course, I would also like to start by thanking everyone involved in the organizing this event for their commitment. This applies first to the European Commission and its team of the STARTS program, and of course especially to our team from the Competence Center for Culture and Creative Industries and Julia Köhn. Thank you very much for your patient and flexible help. Everything has been a bit chaotic in these times, but all the more I now wish all of you an exciting afternoon, and if you have the opportunity, come to Berlin and have a physical look at the exhibition. Thanks a lot, and be creative and empathic. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Weismann, and hello also from my side. As one of the directors of Germany's federal government Center of Excellence for the Culture and Creative Industries, I would also like to welcome you wholeheartedly to our symposium, which we are hosting together with the STARTS initiative of the European Commission. And as Mr. Weismann said, we would have loved to have everyone here in Berlin today, but we're looking at the bright side. This event, turning it into a hybrid for the topic of today, actually suits pretty well. And furthermore, it allowed us to include and work with a far greater range of people all across Europe and even beyond that. So for example, we are having speakers from 10 countries joining us today, which suits the fact that today is one of the first days of the German presidency, and hosting our event in this regard makes us very happy because it allows us to prominently position culture and creative industries as an important economic sector, but also as a driver of innovation and impact in Europe. However, also as Mr. Weismann said, the past months and the COVID-19 pandemic have hit this culture and creative industries particularly hard. And while, of course, at the moment, everyone's trying to rebound and grow back from this crisis as quickly as possible, we still believe that holding this event today is very important. It's actually quite topical, because if you're looking at the resilience, if you're looking at the digital pioneering and at the solutions that the creative sector has brought to the table over the last months, then we see that it has had value for a lot of contexts far outside the creative sector itself. And this crisis, as terrible as it is, has also become an opportunity for change, an opportunity for the development of much needed new business models and products, for artistic creations, for new ways of working together, and also for possibly looking at the economic system itself. And digital transformation and artificial intelligence from a human perspective are important pieces of that puzzle. We're working together with the STARTS initiative of the European Commission on this event, and therefore I'd also like to take the time and thank especially Ralf Doom and his team. It's been great working with you on this event, and it has allowed us as the Center of Excellence to once more provide a platform for discussion and experimentation in the field of artificial intelligence, non-technological innovation, and the role of culture and creative industries in this. STARTS initiative actually has its 5th anniversary this year, so happy birthday. And it's a great example of interdisciplinary work. It allows to position and show the potential of arts for other sectors and areas. And such cross-sectoral collaboration is also at the heart of our work at the Center of Excellence. There are already a number of examples out there that show this kind of collaboration. However, in order to even more show the greatness of this industry and to make it more visible, we need more of these cross-sectoral examples. And this event today will help us position them and also furthermore develop the debate around this topic. In the symposium, we'll have a mix of panels, presentations, dialogues around the role of arts, of creativity, of culture and creative industries as a partner for more traditional industries. And artificial intelligence, of course, is one of the, if not the most discussed technologies of our time. And we see already that artificial intelligence is not only influencing the value chains in a wide number of creative domains, but also the content and the content production. And while we have on one side these business opportunities for the sector itself, we also see that creators and artists have a possibility to provide value for people from other contexts in their approaches to tackle digital transformation and the usage of technology. And as Mr. Weisman said, one of the main reasons for that is that technology gets meaning only in the point when it is connected to people, if it has a benefit to people. And arts and culture and creative industries have an important role to play by looking at artificial intelligence from a human-centered perspective. The sector uses technology as a vehicle for content. Artists and creators use empathy, use content-driven innovation and user-driven applications as their driver for the usage and for the development of technology. And so if we want to create really positive visions for AI, we need this. We need new ideas, we need new perspectives, we need a human-centered and a non-technological approach to this topic. And we need creativity and innovative drive. And all those are ingredients that the culture and creative industries has. I'm not saying that artists and creators own creativity. Creativity is not a matter of sectors or of industries, but it's a matter of people, of curiosity, of ideas, and also of curiousness. And therefore, we have a few other areas where we see a very unique approach of the culture and creative industries. So, for example, the capability to see potential and possibilities where no one else can yet. To have an ability to connect the dots where everyone else is still in the shadow, to see inspiration, to bring inspiration. All these are ingredients that the culture and creative industries brings to the table. And therefore, I hope that we will have a great afternoon and also a second part of the symposium tomorrow, which will allow us to discuss the things around technology, arts, human-centered approaches, artificial intelligence, and culture and creative industries. And I wish all of us an inspiring afternoon. Thank you.
Welcome back. This symposium also marks the beginning of the exhibition Near Futures and Quasi-Worlds, which you can see behind me, some of the works. And now we have the privilege to get a preview into the exhibition, which will open tomorrow, 3rd of July, until the 26th of July in the State Studio in Berlin. So if you are in Berlin, you can check the exhibition from tomorrow on. And now we have the privilege of having the curator of the exhibition, Manuel Sirauki, sorry Manuel, to give us a private tour of the exhibition before the exhibition actually opens. And the exhibition was created by Manuel in collaboration with Silvana Fiorese. Enjoy the tour.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here in this amazing day of Empathic AI and art creates industry. It's a pleasure to be part of the hosting in having the exhibition as a stage for this tremendous event and to give you a preview today. First of all, I would like to provide some context about what the exhibition has been, but also to provide some context about the amazing collaboration that it has implied. And I have to start inevitably thanking everyone. First of all, everyone at Starts, who is the great impulse in this project and who has provided also an amazing history for us to peek into. Within Starts, of course, I have to thank Ralph Doom, Luis Miguel Girao, and Patricia Delgado. It is a perfect location in Berlin. It is a great time in Berlin, and I have to thank also everybody at State Studio for helping us so much in the process of production. And without forgetting anyone, I will thank Silvana Furese, who has worked with me, who has been a great collaborator in this amazing adventure. And lastly, and of course, especially, I want to thank all the artists who have gone out of their way during a very, very unusual spring, as we all know, to get all this together. And it's, I think the quality is absolutely stunning for many of the works in this show. So the exhibition is called Near Futures Quasi-Worlds. It speaks about the 5 years Starts has disseminated and powered a lot of initiatives, a lot of desires of research, of knowledge, a lot of connectivity, and a lot of cutting-edge investigation. And they've done it through a multiplicity of initiatives, lighthouse pilots, residencies, Reframe, mind spaces, and of course the prizes, which are events of, I think, global impact. And in all these events, Starts has remained an inspiration also for many other organizations that today are finally turning toward science, art, and technology as a continuous field of collaboration. Near Futures and Quasi-Worlds is a concept that explains or tries to illustrate this feeling in general in research, but particularly in art and science, and also in the way technology unfolds as a process of vision, of design, of implementation, of trial and error, and of progress. How all that is in a constant state of imminence. It's a threshold that is constantly advancing, moving forward, appearing, and in the meantime, these actors and forces in the process are pushing the limits, getting to the nearer and nearer and nearer and nearer future, and projecting into nearer and nearer futures and into farther futures also. And with that, we are creating worlds that are never complete, never fully finished. They are never fully satisfying. We are always hungry for more research, for more discovery. And this is the spirit that pervades every single collaboration in this network. I think there's a great space to see how obvious today it is the end of individualism. We can only progress with collaboration. And every single of these works witness and accounts for that tremendous collective force. Also, it is an exhibition that shows that technology doesn't equal intangible. Science doesn't equal pure speculation, and art doesn't equal just naive materiality, naive materialization, classical disciplines at all. In fact, this exhibition is to be seen physically. Everybody who is watching this should get to State Studio and see with her own eyes and body what the presence of these artworks is. They materialize in very, very impressive and strong objects. So it is important to understand all this to get to the context of the show. And if you want, we can start seeing some of the works. When we enter the exhibition, the first piece that appears in front of us is what you see right now on the frame. It's a Refik Anadol. The project is called Melting Memories, and this piece was created in collaboration with the Neuroscape Institute in California. Refik Anadol is a Turkish artist. He was trained first in Vienna and then at UCLA, where he completed his training with Greg Lynn. And this project was made with the initiative of helping neuroscience, but at the same time producing astonishing visualizations of neurological processes, particularly what you see in this version of the piece, which is one vertical screen with the actual neural scape, and a left horizontal screen slightly darker with the data and the situation where the data was retrieved from the artist's encephalon. So you will see the screen on the upper left with the artist's head. You will see the temperature of the electroencephalogram and the data flowing and then being translated into this visualization. So this process is a process of figuration, and it's also a process of representation that will help research, will help further research, but at the same time, it is in itself a production, and you see this moving landscape. This is a characteristic of the entire section of the exhibition, where it starts and continues and sort of unfolds until you reach the second conceptual space. The show has two conceptual territories. This one we start with is the one we've been calling in our sort of like work process. We call it worlds in progress. It's a space where we see different geographies, conceptual, physical, material, but also non-material. This one, as you see, is a geography. It's purely digital, and it is a certain materiality, but it's electrical. When you move past this piece by Rafik Anadol, you encounter Félicie de Tiendorf, a French artist working with a division of CNRS in France, which is an institute devoted to meteorological investigations, particularly in other planets. And this piece, the Martian Sun series, is basically a series of representations of major sites in planet Mars. Here you see 3 panels. Each of them is a bas-relief, a low relief, in plaster. It's equipped with a lamp, and the lamp is constantly moving and adjusting light level. The lamps are not synchronized at all. They are not synchronized with each other. They are synchronized with planet Mars as it's visualized or predicted in its sunsets and sunlight evolution. So what you see actually is the lamp presenting a level of intensity and height very, very accurate with regard to what's happening in these major sites of planet Mars. So it's taking us really, really far out from this one particular world. And as you see, it's also a geography information. On the right of this piece, as you turn clockwise in the gallery, you see another piece that deals with astrophysics in a different way, more approaching astrophysics from the mathematical side. It is a piece by Evelina Dominic and Dimitri Gelfand, and it's called the Hilbert Hotel. Excuse me. The Hilbert Hotel is actually a metaphor. It's the name of a mathematical paradox, which can be expressed very simply, and I'm not a mathematician, but I think I can formulate it as: how would you feel an infinitely large hotel with an infinite number of incoming guests? This idea of an endless flow, of an endless parade of guests that needs to be constantly rearranged and accommodated in an infinite space is a figuration for the way gases and stars behave and expand and move around galaxies. The paradox was kind of conveyed by Gamow, an astrophysicist who is an important contributor to the inflationist theory of the cosmos. And what you see in this work particularly is a cylindrical ion trap where these hollow microcrystals are floating and can be seen thanks to a laser that goes through the device. And in the creation of this electrodynamic field, you see a very, very thrilling dance of these particles. They are not at all stable. They are moving against each other, pushing. Some of them take the form of little squares that kind of open up and close. Obviously, this is one of the works that you need to see with your own eyes. You need to witness it from very, very close distance. On the right of this work, again, turning clockwise, you see another dynamic environment. As I said, the entire show, and particularly this conceptual territory, is very, very linked to a sense of time. In this part of the show, it is kinetic time. It is the time that is made by movement, constructed by complex systems that are moving. In all cases, you see a very, very high complexity of moving parts composing one impossible image that cannot be grasped with vision, but can be grasped intellectually, conceptually. This is Ralph Becker's putting the pieces back together again. The title is slightly gimmick, and it has to do with the dynamism of this machine composed of more than 1,200 stepper motors. They move on a binary rotation, clockwise, counterclockwise. They react to each other, and so in this reaction, they sort of like adopt positions that in the end compose an entire arrangement that is kind of like self-locked, and then they kind of synchronize to randomize the entire system again, go back to a position where they can start again this interplay, and it's like an image of the collective. It is an amazing organism. It is a society in a way of very simple particles or creatures. I think it's part of the gimmick is to see these elements, these little motors as small subjectivities working on this binary, and in the end adopting a very general composition. So this is the first floor. We're in this worlds in progress type of conceptual territory, and we go down to the basement, where we have a very mysterious work, but at the same time very concrete, very familiar, because it's made out of soil. And again, you can perhaps now fathom the way we are navigating textures. We went from neuroscape to the Martian geography to the floating environment of gases in the atmosphere to a clock-like machine, but infinitely more complex. And now we go down and we see soil, and the complexity of what's going in the soil is a live complexity. Is the complexity of living beings, living creatures that, you know, do they go about their daily business in this environment. The piece by Kasia Molga and Scanner has the particularity of incorporating sound sensors. And Kasia Molga is the artist. He has worked in collaboration with the GROW Observatory, focused on processes related to biology and agriculture and well, earth. And Scanner is a musician. He's part of electronic music's history since the 90s. And they've collaborated to produce this work where all these living creatures, and particularly earthworms, within this monolith are producing a soundscape, a sound piece. The amazing things about this soundscape certainly is that it's haunting, it gets in your head, but it is live. It is not something you can repeat or you can replay. You, again, experience its duration physically and personally. I'm not sure how I'm doing with time, but I will keep moving through the show. We go up from the basement back into the ground floor, and then we step on the first floor. We get into the first room. We find these lyrics. The CD is accompanying the lyrics, and the screen showing us a video clip with a genome. This is the work by Yatsuko Yakushimaru. He was the recipient of one of the STARS prizes recently. It's a beautiful piece made, first of all, by a pop star as pop music, but then the pop music was translated into DNA language. It was translated into genetics and incorporated into a particular type of protozoa, bacteria that can replicate very quickly its genome. They can do that very efficiently, and this particular microorganism therefore incorporated the music in the form of DNA code. And we can imagine that, as the artist says, from a post-humanity perspective, this piece, this microorganism that obviously we could not bring to Germany from Japan, but we imagine that at one point after humanity it will maybe thrive on Earth, it will carry the song, and the song's title is I'm Humanity. It tells a story of human frailty, human passion, human desire, and of course, as a lot of music in the Japanese pop culture, there's something tragic, something very comical, something very naive about it. It's a lovely piece, but at the same time, it's also a very apocalyptic piece. Continuing with the living and the study of the living and its encoding and its transformation into information and back into physics, we move to another piece that was part of the START Awards. It received an honorary mention, and it's a very, very significant work by Forensic Architecture, a collective we are all following with extreme interest. What you see is the picture of Pavlos Fyssas, an activist and anti-fascist in Greece. He was assassinated, he was murdered by Golden Dawn, by the neo-Nazi party members. At the time they were prominent in parliament, and the work was a research commissioned by the family of Pavlos Fyssas for forensic architecture to disentangle the very, very opaque mass of fragments, audiovisual fragments of evidence that didn't let at the time anybody guess what happened in this murder. They just knew Pavlos Fyssas had been murdered, and the video, this documentation, this research by Forensic Architecture shows how this was done under the helping eye of some members of the police forces. So this very, very important research and very important piece of evidence contributing to disentangling a very, very painful conflict shows how technology, in a way also dealing with unseen possibilities and unseen construction, can actually make us rediscover the recent past, our present, in fact, our historical tissue, where we are right now. And I think it is very important that this piece is here. In my conversations with Forensic Architecture, I really emphasize how important it was that in a show that is about research and about the imminence and about progress, we see how science, technology, and art can collaborate also to shed light on where we are living in now, the organization of life right now, biopolitics, power, and conflict. It's very important that we see that on the same level as cosmology. For me, there is a continuity even in these fields. As we come out of this room, we enter this second conceptual space of the exhibition. We are addressing this conceptual space as that of statuary, and the work of Egor Kraft, an artist working with machine learning and artificial intelligence and 3D printing is very important in this approach. Egor Kraft working with the University of Southampton, with the Strelka Institute in Moscow. He is based in Vienna. Well, moving through all these like research resources and interlocutors, managed to produce what he calls synthetic reconstructions, speculative authenticity about ancient pieces that are missing fragments, and that he manages to supplement with these synthetic prints. But when one looks at them closely, one realizes that these semi-authentic prints based on myriad observations by machines, recordings and registers from museum archives, this material actually has a number of anomalies. There are eyes growing from ears, there are hairs growing from eyes, and so on and so forth. All these mutations are part of the living process of this machine learning system. And we can see how in the same capacity machines can reconstruct the past, they can also formulate poetic aberrations of antiquity. We see antiquity from the perspective of the future. We can imagine machines trying to make sense out of fragments of humanity when we are not there to provide the key information to say what was a statue like. So in a way, it's also a very post-futurist, post-apocalyptic piece, and I think it's very thrilling to see how statues could be the heralds, the emissaries of humanity in a distant future. Not far from this piece, actually very near it, we have a different type of statue. We have a moving robot again, the element of time, the element of movement, the kinetic appears here. This is by So Kanno and Tamahiro Yamaguchi, two Japanese artist-engineer collaborators. What you see here is a senseless drawing bot. The movements are amazing. They have something choreographic, and it's a tagger. It's a punk robot moving around the exhibition space and producing this senseless graffiti, this asemic writing, and this signature of the machine. But you can also look at it as a robot artist producing abstract expressionist drawing, as you see the handling of the fantastic device of the graffiti spray paint is complex because of this two pendulum structure, which you know, like when one oscillation encounters the other, they produce a lot of complexity and unpredictability for this type of graph that the robot is producing. And we will see this bot painting the wall on and on and on and on through the almost 4 weeks of the exhibition. We will see this piece evolving and composing a mural. We're very sorry, actually, we won't be able to take it home. It will have to remain as an ephemeral work. But it's all the more thrilling as an artwork. And robotics and color are also involved in the next piece you see as, again, you continue proceeding through the gallery. This time you get a lot of daylight to emphasize the beauty of these chromatic compositions by Julia Körner. Julia Körner is a designer working with 3D printing and digital technology. And this butterfly, you see the Madagascan sunset butterfly, is a fairly large animal. It's very characteristic because of its wings and the type of textures that the wings produce. Sometimes they're very hairy, other times it's more compact, velvety. It's a very, very complex being in the material sense, and it has been an inspiration for Julia Körner, who worked in collaboration with Stratasys, 3D printing company in technology, to produce this very subtle and complex chromatic mixes, blends of filaments, and sometimes there are points, and these chromatic effects are diagonally printed or embedded into fabric. With all this material in the framework of this project called Digital Vogue, Julia Körner produced a jacket, the Sete jacket, and we can see a large sample of that jacket, which is a beautiful second skin. Again, we connect with the statuary, we connect with this neo-antiquity we're trying to address in the exhibition Near Future and Quasi Worlds. And the statuary here is more about the surface. One could think about the skin of the statue, one can think about the skin of architecture, one can think of polychromated Southern European sculpture in organic materials such as wood. We see, in my opinion, a perfect continuity between this type of work and this type of technology and the technologies that helped artists in previous centuries get to formulate what they did. And let me just add a footnote. I think art has always been technological. I don't think there is now some sort of new collaboration between art and technology. Art has always been very, very near technology and all the arts, in fact. So what I feel here we are presenting is not a sector of art. It's actually the most advanced version we can have today of art, technology, science collaboration, as it should be. The last work that you see behind me, in fact, in the exhibition is by Iris van Herpen. It is also a collaborative piece, and it also was the recipient of a major award in the context of START's prizes. Working with architect Philip Beasley and other artists, Iris van Herpen produced the Magnetic Motion collection. Van Herpen is a designer working normally only with haute couture, but in this particular project, she developed a ready-to-wear collection, and the major inspiration for this development was a visit to CERN in Geneva, as you know very well, in the Swiss-French border. And the collection was called Magnetic Motion because one of the most striking factors of this very complex environment at CERN is the magnetic field that the Hadron Collider creates is 20,000 times the power of the Earth's magnetic field. That's what makes it such an important tool of observation for science. But also it is a tremendous environment, visually, architecturally. So Iris van Herpen took that as a starting point to develop this attire collection. And the dress, as you can see, it is a dress, but it is not. It covers, but it doesn't. It is not opaque. It is not transparent. It captures a ton of light, and it captures a lot of power. I think magnetic motion and magnetic energy in general is a very, very beautiful concept to end this tour with, because it speaks about an invisible force that one can sense in her own flesh. And I think that's what should take us to see the exhibition physically and presently. I hope everyone will get to State Studio and see the exhibition during the summer. I will be very, very happy to see everyone tomorrow afternoon and evening at the opening, July 3rd. The exhibition will be open under registration. Please go to the website of STARTS or State Studio, register and come to see the exhibition. We will be here to welcome you all. And well, that's all on my side. Thank you, Fernanda. Thank you, everyone producing this event. And I hope I'll be seeing you soon. Have a good day.
Welcome back. So after this wonderful preview of the exhibition by Manuel, we will have two messages from two special guests, starting with, unfortunately, a guest that could not be here with us and could not connect with us live, but he sent a message to all of you, which I'm going to read. I know it's not the ideal form, but stay with us. It's a very nice message. So this is from Roberto Viola, Director General for Communications Networks, Content and Technology at the European Commission. And he has some very important commitments today that could not allow him to attend with us. So here's his message. I am extremely sorry that I cannot personally open this conference. I have to take the floor at the Council for the Working Party on Telecommunications and Information Society, the first meeting under the German presidency. To open the conference remotely from there turned out to be impossible for technical reasons. I am grateful to the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy to host today's German presidency event. Your leitmotif, Art Creates Industry, is very well chosen. The thinking behind Art Creates Industry is close to my heart. It is very topical and yet refers to a long tradition in Germany, exemplified by the Bauhaus movement that started in Weimar. The Bauhaus brought together crafts, industrial methods, design, and the arts to create a Gesamtkunstwerk that touches on all areas of life. I am convinced that, inspired by the Bauhaus tradition, we must ground an European approach to digital innovation in our strength in the arts and in culture. Such grounding will distinguish European from Chinese and US approaches and will become a key characteristic and a competitive advantage for a digital made in Europe. Empathic artificial intelligence, the specific topic of this conference, emphasizes the human dimension of a European approach to AI. The German presidency made this a priority of their presidency with a point of responsible and human-centric development and use of AI, which serves the good of society. Empathy is the care for and understanding of human needs, emotions, and values. I am convinced that empathy will be another key differentiating factor for a digital made in Europe, for a distinctive European approach to innovation. You rightly emphasize the role of the arts for developing empathic AI. The arts, as a critical guide and as an early explorer of technologies, will ensure that AI will respect the human condition and that its functioning becomes understandable to humans. The black box of AI becomes transparent. With this in mind, the European Commission has set up the program START, Innovation at the Nexus of Science, Technology and Arts, to include artistic thinking in European innovation actions. An exhibition taking stock of 5 years of START will open during this event at State Studio in Berlin, where we are at the moment. The curator Manuel Sirauki from Guggenheim Bilbao grasped brilliantly the extraordinary variety of ways in which artists can mingle with the digital. I hope you all have enjoyed the virtual tour. I look very much forward to the conclusions from these 2 days of reflections on future human-centered digital innovations at the nexus of science, technology, and arts. Empathy in technology via the arts, it's the European way. Thank you very much. And thank you all for listening. Now I would like to introduce our next guest, which would also like to send a message, but now in person, to us all. This is Thomas Jasonbeck, Commissioner for the Digital Industry and Startups and Federal Government, Coordinator of German Aerospace Policy Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Industry.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich begrüße Sie alle heute zur Veranstaltung Kunst kreiert Industrie. Und ein schönes Stichwort, was, glaube ich, gerade in diesen Zeiten, wo Europa auf dem Weg ist, sich die Frage zu stellen, wo ist eigentlich unsere Stärke in digitalen Plattformen und Ökosystemen und können wir eigentlich einerseits mit dieser riesigen Wagniskapitalmasse aus dem Silicon Valley und andererseits mit diesen riesigen, nahezu unbegrenzt verarbeitbaren Datenökonomien in Asien, besonders in China, mithalten. Und ich glaube, in diesem Kontext spielt die Kunst eine besondere Rolle, eine Stärke über die Jahrhunderte aus Europa, wo wir auch etwas zu bieten haben. Und gerne hätte ich heute mit Ihnen persönlich über diese Themen diskutiert. Nun hat Corona unsere gesamte Präsidentschaft erreicht und ich glaube, hybride und digitale Formate sind das richtige Instrument und gerade bei digitalen Themen hoffe ich jedenfalls auch eine Alternative. Dennoch meine besten Grüße und gutes Gelingen für Sie in diese Konferenz. Und wenn wir uns ein Stück angucken, wie unser Track Record eigentlich in der Industrie auf solche Themen ist, dann ist das erste Bild, was mir jedenfalls beim Titel Ihrer Konferenz einfiel, mit dem Bezug auf Empathie der Maschinen, dass der erste Apple Macintosh Computer bis heute noch in meinem Kopf immer mit diesem handgemalten Hello der grafischen Benutzeroberfläche der Maus. Eine empathische Maschine, die ihn unterschieden hat von anderen und die am Ende auch den Siegeszug für Apple, aber auch für grafische und intuitive Benutzeroberflächen gewidmet hat. Und deshalb ist Empathie ein Thema gewesen, was schon seit sehr, sehr langer Zeit in der Informationstechnologie ein Treiber war. Ich erinnere mich auch, dass bei den ersten Staubsaugrobotern der Sohn eines Bundestagskollegen immer, wenn er dann seinen Vater im entfernten Berlin anrief, diesem Roboter einen Namen gegeben hat, Wall-E, und dann auch immer bei jedem Gespräch als erstes fragte, wie geht es Wall-E, als wenn es ein Haustier wäre. Das zeigt also, so fremd scheinen diese Maschinen nicht zu sein und die künstliche Intelligenz, die einen an manchen Stellen tatsächlich irritiert, weil es irgendwie auch anders ist als die Form des menschlichen Miteinanders, die man so kennt, kann auch abstoßend und irritierend wirken. Und sie kann aber auch sehr zugänglich sein. Menschen sind bereit, sich auf die Dinge einzulassen, wenn man es richtig macht. Und wir jedenfalls in der Bundesregierung und speziell im Bundeswirtschaftsministerium sind davon überzeugt, dass Empathie, dass Kunst, Kreativität, dass die nicht technischen Aspekte an der Schnittstelle eine große Bedeutung in diesem Markt haben werden. Eine große Bedeutung auch darüber haben werden, ob Menschen diese Geräte akzeptieren, ja, ob sie vielleicht sogar lieben und damit tatsächlich die Empathie, die Kunst, die Kultur der Schnittstelle am Ende ein großer oder vielleicht sogar der entscheidende Treiber dieser Geschäftsmodelle sein wird und auch der Differenzierungspunkt sein wird, der möglicherweise die erfolgreichen KI-Entwicklungen von den weniger erfolgreichen unterscheidet. Und deshalb fördern wir auch im Bundeswirtschaftsministerium schon seit Jahren auch sogenannte nicht-technische Innovationen, was eben bedeutet, wo es nicht um die Algorithmen geht, sondern um solche Fragen wie die Bedienbarkeit. Ich wünsche Ihnen jetzt jedenfalls alles Gute für Ihre Tagung und ich hoffe, dass Sie zu interessanten Ergebnissen kommen. Ich bin sehr interessiert an dem, was am Ende dabei herauskommen wird und ich glaube, dass das tatsächlich für Europa ein interessanter Differenzierungsvektor sein kann, das Thema Kunst und Kultur auch auf digitale Technologien und künstliche Intelligenz zu übertragen. Ich wünsche Ihnen alles Gute und eine schöne Tagung.
Hello again, and welcome to the first dialogue of the symposium today. In this session, architect and designer Julia Körner and artist Refik Anadol will discuss examples of how the arts can link with industrial research and development, both to tame technology and make its development more empathic and free technology from self-imposed limits. Please note this session has been pre-recorded, so you cannot ask questions to the artist. Thank you for your understanding.
Hi, my name is Manuel Sirauki, and I am delighted to introduce this conversation between Julia Körner and Refik Anadol as part of the conference Art Creates Industry, Empathic AI. Julia Körner, a designer and architect working with 3D printing technology and advanced digital imagery, and Refik Anadol, a new media artist and director producing highly immersive environments and audiovisual installations and performances, are both part of the exhibition Near Futures and Quasi-Worlds, a major event celebrating 5 years of starts and of co-creation between science, technology, and the arts. Julia and Refik will be speaking from Los Angeles and discussing the way art and science and technology contribute to create the industries of the future and the realities we will experience very soon. Enjoy.
Thank you for having me today, and very nice to meet you and giving us the opportunity to have this dialogue today and be in this exhibition. I think personally, as you have mentioned, I have a background in architecture, and I was always really interested in the kind of cross-disciplinary work in terms of bringing some of these architectural design processes into working within product design and within fashion design. And this kind of fascination for the smaller scale developed over the last 15 years, I would say, with a specific specialization in digital fabrication and emergent technologies. And the kind of three-dimensional design process in my work allowed me to therefore bring these processes into the industry in other formats. If we take, for example, the 3D printing technology, it is a rather advanced technology where you can produce a lot of intricate geometries, which you design virtually in the computer digitally. And I use this technique almost like a digital craftsmanship. However, due to constraints in certain size dimensions and materials and so on, it's not yet the material which has fully advanced in the architectural scale. It has not yet advanced to full scale application yet so much, but in the fashion and product design scale, the one-to-one translation and the one-to-one output and making something tangible essentially has allowed me to kind of implement these techniques on an industrial level and working within the industry, such as working with haute couture houses, working with the Hollywood movie industry, and with many other companies who I've collaborated with in the past.
Yeah, I'm also very happy to be here and really with Julia and you and all together for Start's organization and trying to really be a part of a journey that I think as a media artist, I have been trying my best to embed media arts into architecture. And I think my practice eventually focus on art, science, and technology eventually. But I'm a media artist in practicing, and I'm very openly, I wish I can know more about architecture, because sometimes the ideas and imagination only stacks in the mind, and sometimes there is no materiality corresponds to idea. So that's what I found that in my early years, heavily inspired by a science fiction movie, Blade Runner, which is very funny, the future of Los Angeles, 2019, November. But now we are in the city with Julia that we are seeing that the movie that was depicting the future was so different than where we are. But we are right now in an era that machines can learn, machines can somehow be creative if we have a purpose. And we are in the edge of like computation where the data means so much. And the data means that how the machines connect, how society connects, and how the systems connects. And it's a very unique time for humanity. So I think what I'm trying to say in my practice as a team, I'm not alone. I'm a 12 people, a team, like an organic machine that we are trying to correspond to problems of society, but also understand what does it mean to be a human in 21st century. Because what we learned is, and as a whole humanity, that we are confronting with the systems and these machines and these almost intelligent systems. And I think what is so unique is in the past, science fiction was one way of like imagining future. But right now we're in a near future, or now that we can see past, now, and future at the same time. So I think it's an incredible time to be, I think, creative minds in this world. So in my practice, what I found is, again, inspired from science fiction, but now what I think we are creating is also inspired science fiction. So very uniquely, I think what happened and 5 years ago as a team, we confront with many technology giants, like the people who are like creating the future technology. And these companies are creating the future technology, future algorithms, future decisions of machines. What really made it very unique, I think, in my practice that I'm finding unique is once you start like to think about the technology that comes from future, and when you apply them to your practice, suddenly the idea becomes more valuable than becoming a product, because we know that all the systems becoming a product eventually. But then the art question is, what will happen if we have a one chance before it becomes a product or an experience, let's say? And what I'm feeling is the industry, such as like a movie industry or creative industry, performing arts, and in many scale, performing arts, I think much more inspired, or architecture. We found that if we have this idea purposefully implemented to the systems, we have an impactful result. For example, what will happen if a building can remember? What will happen if a building can like dream? And this question, like in maybe a couple of decades ago, it was just a sci-fi idea, but now it's practical. So I think what is really serendipity is the idea is becoming real, and the sci-fi becomes behind our imagination. I think that's inspiring and that's fun. And I hope it's purposeful for humanity, that I think also think Julia's practice, like how those ideas, finding a material that doesn't exist unless it's, complex material research or printing. I think it's really inspiring.
Yeah. I think one of the projects which had the most impact in that sense, from my experience, was working with Ruth Carter on the costumes for the Black Panther film, which kind of showed the vision of Wakanda, this kind of imaginative city in very technologically advanced. But at the same time, within the film, the director, Ryan Coogler and Ruth Carter, really wanted to make the costumes speak to that in a real way. So they wanted the regal attire to kind of show this imaginative way and make it real. And so I think this collaboration really allowed us to show something futuristic, but at the same time realize it already. And the impact of what this movie had essentially on the community, and the Black community especially, was a very amazing story and a very great feeling to follow and experience over the past 2 to 3 years.
I think my true and honest reaction to this is actually happening now almost 6-7 years. It's interesting that we are in this new renaissance in the arts we have a chance to collaborate with tech giants, the people who are inventing the algorithms such as NVIDIA, IBM, Intel, like Microsoft, Siemens. We can count all of these giants. But what is amazing is, at least I'm seeing from a very insider knowledge, I'm really in a very positive way that I'm seeing tons of engineers very positively thinking about what they are doing. I didn't meet anyone that really don't know what they are doing, first of all. People are purposeful and people are really aware of what they are doing. And I think this is something very good, because sometimes we all know that the technology companies may have this impact on society. But the good news, I guess, when an artist and an engineer connects together in a purposeful way through the arts, the science and technology truly becomes an artistic output. I think there you can find questions that are not asked when you are making a product. And I think people are, especially the people I'm collaborating with every single day, are especially more respectful to the questions that comes from arts than comes from a boring, no offense, some product challenge, because there the experience is for humanity. It's not about like selling something, saying something, larger logos or whatever. So I think if it happens more often in the industry and in the people who are inventing the future, I think that can create a much impactful humanity and elements for us. So I'm very positive to say that so far, from very tech giants to like people who are really inventing these tools, they are very purposeful while they're collaborating with arts. And even not only just the industry in terms of like the commercial world, even with the like neuroscientists I'm collaborating with, like I'm working with like astronauts, I'm working with like engineers at NASA GPL, they're all applying a very similar ideation. Let's ask the questions and be sure what we are saying is purposeful. It's not just a kind of, branding or like just, pure marketing thing. It's purely humanity focused. I think that's a good news, I guess.
I think in my experience, not everyone, I couldn't draw the summary that everyone had this kind of impression on me, but there were a few unique individuals from the engineering, the arts, and the science world who were very progressive and very forward-thinking, and those collaborations really sparked a lot of progress, I would say. And it's these individuals and these kind of people who have the openness to push towards this direction also, who then allow the artist or the designer to flourish and to challenge themselves, also to make a larger step towards realizing their kind of ideas and methods. And I think I can speak towards several collaborations within the 3D printing industry where I would never essentially use the material or the technology as is. I would always work with engineers or scientists to kind of develop those further and to kind of work on the cutting edge of it and see what is possible beyond that. What else can we try with it? What can we do to make it better? And therefore, never ever a project is the same. It's always kind of an advancement and a research towards something novel and something unique and pushing the boundaries, essentially. And I think that's really important to mention too. I think one observation is certainly that both of us work within Los Angeles, which perhaps is due to our academic involvement and our kind of, Rafik, in your case, that's also how we met, right, at UCLA.
Yes.
I think the kind of the network we both share, which is very open to pushing the boundaries, I would say. It's encouraging, is kind of core of this idea. And I think that's also something which connects us, essentially, this environment. And if we talk about the challenges, I think in my case, I wouldn't be where I am today if it wouldn't be for several mentors who guided me through my way of growing, essentially. Maybe for Ross Lovegrove, a great designer from London, and who I worked with for about 5 years, and Greg Lynn, who essentially was my professor at the University of Applied Arts in Vienna, and who brought me here to the United States, and who I have been teaching with at the UCLA. And I think for several of those people, they kind of showed us, or at least in my case, they showed me how certain things are working and nurtured essential ideas. Greg Lynn told me in 2005, we have to look at technologies which will be relevant in 10 years. And he kind of opened my eyes to total new ways of how to think, even what architecture can be. And I think that the one challenge I would say is that there isn't another example for me to look at how it's done. It's always every project, may it be just an artistic project or an individual project for my own kind of portfolio or collection, but may it be a new collaboration, there isn't an example for me to look at. Because, for example, when I did the Black Panther, I'd never done a movie before. So there was also no one who I could essentially talk to how would I do this project or how would I engage? I kind of jump into the cold water every time I engage in a new project. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges.
I think it's a great to remember, Julia, that Los Angeles is really our common pattern of imagination. But I think Greg Lynn also, I'm very happy to and proud to say that he was the person connect me to actually Frank Gehry while I was a student. So it's very exciting actually. In my last year, so okay, but just before that, sorry, I want to also remember that as born in Istanbul and Turkey, and then studied at in many scales in Europe. Like Peter Weibel and his legacy and many people from the, I think, early media arts scene really inspired me a lot. Like the people who are the pioneers of, I guess, like audiovisual installations, like back in 70s, 80s, 90s, like Jeffrey Schultz, like many others. But I think what I found so inspiring is in Istanbul, while I was doing an installation, I also met completely in an unexpected way in a public space. It was my very first day as sculptor in 2011. Greg Lynn and Christian Moller, who is our head of department at UCLA, they were also very great friends, two different departments. One is media arts, I think pioneer. One is, I think, pioneer in architecture and parametric design. Like they were friends and they were like moving in Istanbul. And when I saw that moment, it's like so default collaboration, like two departments, two different like fields, but they are actually thinking, imagining together kind of feeling. So I think it's embedded in my mind like since then when I saw them together in Istanbul. But then I think Los Angeles has this very positive vibe, even at academia, as Julia mentioned. It's so simple and so natural to think together, imagine together. Like there is no boundaries. Like there is no one like says, why are you an architect? Why are you in media? It's just pure imagination. And I think maybe LA has in this DNA and gene this cinema industry. I think it's very powerfully giving people the courage of like, fly in their minds. But I think the big challenge, to be honest, is how to bring. So as artists, I think we dream, right? We have this imagination, the capacity of imagination. But the problem is how to bring your dreams to reality, right? The distance between real and the dream is really hard. And sometimes if you're an ambitious mind and if you're trying to be on the edge of imagination, on the edge of technology, like how you can bring these two worlds to each other. And that is like a really sometimes very, very big problem to solve. And in my case, I think in Disney Hall project, like when Greg Lynn connects me to Frank Gehry almost 4 years ago, it took 4 years to like really wait calmly and be sure the idea may happen. So how you can be sure that your idea will happen? I think it's a real like tough work. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter which culture you are in. I think it's all about the same thing, like how to make your dream a reality. So what I found is, of course, in our culture in LA, I guess, when I say, hey, can this building dream? Or like, can I project this building with 42 projectors? Like, can we put 4 kilometers fiber cable here? Like, can we fly a drone and make like like this question sometimes very weird and hard, but it's welcoming. Like nobody says like, what? Like, why? It happens, but then in 5-10 minutes later, okay, there's a dream here somewhere and somebody needs to make this happen. And I think, yes, it becomes very challenging. And as Frank Gehry says, he says like, I don't do something if I know how to do that. So it's a great mindset. I don't know how to do that, and it's great to learn. So I think learning to learn is one of the best steps of finding your own problem, but making it for society. And if that dream becomes reality, the experience becomes super meaningful and purposeful, and lots of challenges, but hope it always have a reality access.
I think that for me personally, it's an obsession. I think it's being obsessed about something what you really want to engage with every day, and it's something which you really enjoy doing and what gives you kind of happiness essentially when you find a solution through it. And as challenging that process is every time I start and dive into a new project, it is a huge challenge. And it is for sure has an impact on my surrounding and the people who I surround myself with as well. It's challenging. But the kind of way of working through it and then seeing the results or seeing the projects and the research continuing and seeing the new output always makes me so happy that it gives me the drive to continue. And I think, therefore, if we are speaking about the challenges between academia and real work, I think academia and the teaching allowed me to kind of build up my practice aside and build up the research closely entwined with the kind of emergent technologies and computational design research I do at UCLA. It also gave me the opportunity to work with my students through exploring ideas and processes and methods. And it allowed me to stay up to date with what kind of is relevant for the young generation, and at the same time implement some of those findings in my professional work. And the kind of working with the industry allows me to also know what's relevant for the students to know eventually, for them what to learn, and to implement this kind of way of collaboration and the working cross-disciplinary, and that architecture is not equally building, but it can go beyond that. That's something which is kind of a discourse which I have always between the academic work and the professional work, which is really important for the development of new ideas and research.
And I think I can definitely agree with Julia about that, because I think academia for me also as an inspiration of start, but also inspiration of like seeing what doesn't work too. So what I found out that in my I got 2 Master of Fine Arts degree experience, and I found out that in different part of the world, still the academia has its own pace, its own time concept. But what I found is also sometimes the imagination is much faster, execution is much faster than the systems. Then I found out that what will happen if this idea implements into a new system that is just a studio culture. So when also the other challenge for me was like how to make art for any age, any background, and any culture, which is like deconstructing the boundaries, right? And then eventually what I found that it's more I found much purposeful to have a team of like diverse expertise, like an AI engineer, data scientist, anthropologist, architect, designer, and even storytellers. But then instead of like waiting for the academic pace, doing its own pace inside and challenge the like imagination internally was much faster. Of course, inspired from the academic ethics and culture, and of course, like respectfully find the inspiration, but apply to something that is much faster than academia. And the second thing, I guess, an inspiring word from an African proverb, if you want to go faster, do it alone. If you're going to go further, do it together. And I found that doing together actually enhances the context and discourse, meaning like the big question, how to bring depth to surface, right? Because we have ideas that are so deep, but at the end we have it in the surface, right? To like just project these ideas, like how to connect these 2 different dimensions. And the third thing I found very inspiring in this journey, the tech giants, like they are there, like they are strongly there, and they are creating future. And as Julia said, like I'm also inspired by discovery and innovation, like as a child, like going new places, finding new locations, new ideas, new experiences like never seen before. And then tell your friends, hey, come here, like we found something. That moment in life, right, happens. So you go some location, you find an algorithm, you find an idea somewhere, but still needs to be executed. So that feeling. And I think tech giants are extremely doing this in a much larger scale and much faster. So when you collaborate with those people who are inventing future, also inspired from the near future as a mind, I found that, okay, they are showing us near future, but what happens if we go there before them? Like what happens if we make it happen before it becomes a product for humanity? Then what happens is you find fresh ideas that are already in the future, and they are ready to become like a reality, but never done before. And I think that's kind of a very fresh feeling there. And as a research, now we are in an institution, but as a researcher, like we are like looking anthropology, archaeology, or if you talk about like human cognitive systems, like learning, remembering, or dreaming, like we eventually work with neuroscience, or like when we think about architecture, the future of like maybe spaces. And I mean, since I think the material world is very limited, then you just take light as a material, but then you find out there's like a world of light. Like they are so eventually opening their own territories, and then it becomes a nature of its own kind. But it's a very natural research, and I think it's very refreshing to have a research-based imagination, but also find how to make it happen. Because the problem also in the field is you can speculate forever, we can write forever, we can say forever, but how to execute them, how to make them an experience is a whole different challenge. So it's very fun to like go on these territories and dimensions, I guess.
And I think also like how to find the resources essentially to make them become real and don't leave them at speculations. A lot of projects are self-funded essentially, and then here and there there's you find industry collaborator or somebody who you work with to develop the research further, and then right now, also some of the elements which are included in the exhibition were funded by Start and Reframe, European funded project. So I think that was the first time for me to actually have a research over 9 months and to have a funding for that. So that was really a great experience because there was not necessarily an industry partner associated to it. Essentially, there were technology partners within Reframe, but it was a different kind of project and experience. And I think one thing what I want to add is also that kind of Rafik, what kind of relates Rafik's in my work is the triggering of the moving image. And essentially what I'm personally really interested is architecture is essentially something static, but by putting it on human bodies or by making it kind of move around, you trigger a certain excitement in investigating the form even more. And I think what I did in the most recent project in a CT jacket, where the 3D print essentially starts to move over the skin because of the way of how it is connected to the textile, and the pixels start to kind of transform the moving body is a sensibility which I think the moving image always has a fascination and sensation to it, which makes the viewer really excited about the engagement with it. I just wanted to bring it up because I think that's something which connects both of our works really strongly.
Yeah. And I think for that purpose, I also want to definitely mention the START as a whole is one of the most inspiring thinking model, because I think 2017, when I have a chance to collaborate with Google to create one of the first AI-driven libraries, and the piece was recognized by START like right immediately when it was just public, and it was an incredible symbiotic relationships that like START recognized an idea. Of course, it was an art installation in the form of library called Archive Dreaming, and the idea was what happens if we witness an AI learning in the library next to a human. And what will be the reaction to a human to an AI that can learn faster and even remember probably much faster? Or what happens, you witness something that doesn't forget? And these are really interesting relationships. And I could easily discuss these questions in the STARTS community. And then also in Mindspaces, which I'm also a part of right now, another incredible opportunity that we are discussing this idea of like what happens if Spaces has these minds. Or like, again, very lucky to be said that it's an ecosystem that I can say, as an artist, I want to dip my brush into a like machine consciousness and paint with like machine thoughts and emotions. It's not anymore weird. It's not anymore like, hey, like what do you say? What? And suddenly you have this ecosystem. A neuroscientist can talk about, an architect can talk about, anthropologist can say something. Yes, it's possible. We need a thinking brush. Yes, we need a data as a pigment, and then we need to find a form of space. Maybe it's the public space in somewhere in Europe. Like these are incredible ecosystems that are not anymore just sci-fi. It's practical. You can dream, you can just, sketch together, imagine together, and as like a group of different people, just invent it. I think this is the future of ecosystem of imagination. That's why STARS is incredible. Just want to say.
Thema als großes Thema der Digitalpolitik ausgerufen. Was aber noch so ein bisschen fehlt, und deswegen finde ich das ganz wichtig, dass auch solche Veranstaltungen wie diese stattfinden, dass auch die Schnittstellen zu wichtigen Bereichen beleuchtet werden müssen, wenn man über KI redet.
Wir als Kompetenzzentrum haben die Aufgabe, Sichtbarkeit und Bewusstsein für die Potenziale der Kultur- und Kreativwirtschaft zu schaffen.
Der Austausch von Ideen zwischen Leuten, die sich in verschiedenen Branchen auskennen, ist, glaube ich, somit das Wertvollste, was man machen kann. Es macht einen großen Unterschied, ob man von nur einer Perspektive auf ein Thema guckt oder von verschiedenen.
Da ist eben die Kreativwirtschaft ein bisher auch so ein bisschen unterschätzter Bereich, der also eigentlich extremen Einfluss darauf haben kann, was man mit diesen Dingen machen kann. Und die ist eben nicht nur eine Technologie, wo man Effizienzen steigern kann, sondern der schließt eben ganz neue Anwendungsmöglichkeiten.
KI und Kreativwirtschaft bedeutet für mich, dass auch Nicht-Technologen darüber mitentscheiden können, wie Technologie in Zukunft benutzt werden kann.
Wir hatten 11 Werkstattstationen gestaltet, zu denen wir 11 Unternehmen, Einrichtungen oder Akteure aus dem Bereich künstliche Intelligenz oder schon auch kreative Anwendungen von künstlicher Intelligenz eingeladen haben, die gekommen sind mit einem Werkzeug und einer übergeordneten Frage und einer Problemstellung, um dann zu gucken, wie man mit diesem Werkzeug und der Problemstellung neue kreative Anwendungen und Lösungsansätze erdenken kann. Was uns wirklich sehr gut gelungen ist. Es gab schon einige Ideen, die in den Unternehmen, die mit teilgenommen haben, sicher für neue Innovationen und Inspirationen sorgen werden.
Querschnittsbranche heißt schlicht und einfach nicht nur in der Kultur- und Kreativwirtschaft selber, kommt es zu unglaublich vielen Innovationen. Das ist ein Branchenkomplex aus 11 Teilmärkten, von Musik über Games, bildende Kunst, darstellende Kunst, Architektur, Werbung und so weiter. Sondern die Branche hat das Potenzial, in ganz vielen anderen Bereichen für Innovation zu sorgen.
Hat, glaube ich, zu vielen schönen neuen Verbindungen geführt und es war ganz toll, Teil davon zu sein.
Welcome back. Now we move on to our first panel of the day, which will look at the importance of creativity-driven industry for innovative societies. And this time the panel is actually live, so you will have the chance to ask questions. So please type your questions throughout the panel, duration of the panel, on the social media channels of the Competence Centrum, Twitter, YouTube channels, and then we will pass on the questions to the moderator of the panel and answer them by the end of the discussion. In this session, we have 6 participants, including Dr. Kristen Allen, Professor Vladan Jola, Dr. Diana Alina Sebanescu, Dat Tran, Dr. Patrick van der Smaakt, and they will discuss with the moderator Claudia Schnug how the creative sectors can play a vital role in the ongoing digital transformation and in the topic of the future of work. Enjoy the panel.
Hello, a warm welcome also from my side this afternoon. I'm happy to lead through the panel with such an amazing list of speakers. But first of all, a short introduction also from my side. We are discussing how the arts and the cultural and creative sector can team up with industry for innovation. How can art, science, technology and industry come together to foster innovation with and for humans? How can such a collaboration eliminate blind spots and bring in critical thinking or the impact of technology and make this understandable what it means in society? Together for Europe's Recovery is the title of the German presidency of the Council of the European Union. And the word together, the word collaboration, is put up front. In the context here, we are discussing collaboration does not only mean beyond borders, but also beyond disciplines. Impactful and sustainable innovation has to connect societal needs with the environment to overcome the tremendous global challenges we are facing. And we are questioning how arts and creativity, arts and the cultural sectors can team up with technology and industry here. We just heard about the START program by the European Commission that has already demonstrated how artists can act and create action in science and technology projects. There have been quite a few projects already named, but there's been processes and in academia and industry that have been supported by this project and program alike, a series of collaborations like artists in residence programs, but also the winners of the STARTS Prize have proven that. So we want to ask what are examples and what are approaches we can discuss, or which are the steps we can take in future to support this. One example that's also going into this direction is here today with Vladan Jola's work, The Anatomy of AI. Vladan created this wonderful artwork, which makes the black box AI approachable for somebody who has absolutely no idea about this. And it's been widely exhibited and is now being shown at the European Commission. And this is really a wonderful example to understand this. Before we will shed light on all these ideas from this wide range of perspectives we are welcoming here, I also wanted to remind you that this is live, so please share your questions and I will see if we can answer them when it fits into the discussion. So let's start with the introduction. And can please every panelist introduce themselves shortly and give a short statement about their ideas about the importance of art and creativity in the future of industry. Christian Elia, do you want to start?
Thank you very much. My name is Christian Elia. I'm the Parliament's rapporteur on the Framework Program. That's the biggest research program in the world. And I'm doing that for almost 20 years. In terms of creativity and the arts and the relation to technology, or a more public discussion about what our societies will look like in future, I think we understood after a while, to be honest, the importance of that. And I'm coming from a very abstract angle. The reason why we are far beyond the STARS program, which was super and a testing ground and a pilot, the reason why we included that in the next research program, and for the first time, it's the first program in the world actually, which has an own broad lines, an own cluster on cultural creativity and inclusive societies. And that's it's amazing budget which goes beyond STARS, is that we understood to some extent that a discussion which is going on right now, what is disruptive innovation? Or do we live in times of disruptive innovation or changes? What would be the role of creativity? I mean, let's say the Anglo-Saxon discussion had been always referring to the Silicon Valley and saying that's disruptive. But disruptive, if you look more closely in terms of that, is more of a kind of business model driven disruptiveness. So, I mean, if you want to destroy the pizza delivery market in Malaysia based on a new program, that's the idea about disruptive innovation, often in the digital sector. We think that creativity might be the moment where when you combine technology and creativity, which leads to disruptive innovation or disruptive perception of societies. I give you an example, a good one and a bad one. The bad one was when the security industry designed technology to detect weapons on airports. I mean, the engineers came to terms pretty much saying they called it naked scanner. And this technology was dead by start because the acceptance for a naked scanner was almost zero. The good example is we had been funding a project in London in a hospital where we sent designers to the hospital, paid pretty much saying, you know, what could you contribute to health? And what was expected that they're painting walls or doing something. And but they went to the children's ward, and what they saw is one of the number one reasons why you're dying is cancer as a child, is cancer or chronic lung diseases. How do you cure that, or how do you manage that? Is you have devices where children blow in, and then you monitor their lung capacities, and then in a long-term perspective you change medication and things like that. The mortality rate is amazingly high for industrial countries. And what they did, they created together with the doctors and a pro bono gaming company, a game which you can play with a digital whistle, not with your fingers. And what they created were data on the lung capacities 600 times a day. They transferred it to a server, and over 2 years, the mortality rate was going down by roughly 30%. If you do that by medication, that costs you literally billions. So that shows, the two examples shows that the acceptance, the transformation into a reality for people is very much related to this mixture of creativity and new technologies. It could be going in the wrong direction, but there are brilliant examples where it leads to this kind of positive, disruptive, new things. And I think that is now better understood, and that's the reason why we put that so prominently in the biggest research program of the world. But we're still thinking then actually how to do that, and there was a lot of resistance by research ministers, even by the sector themselves, saying, oh, we are more creative, and why are we now in a big spending program, R&D program? But I think it's a big achievement, and we're really thrilled what we're going to see in the next 5 years by that.
Thank you very much for these wonderful examples. I think it's a great step, and maybe we find out some opportunities how to go on. Maybe with one who already experienced one of these collaborations. Vlad and Julia, do you want to go on?
Hi, greetings from Novi Sad in Serbia. So my name is Vladan Joler. I'm teaching at the university here in Novi Sad, but I'm also researching a lot of different aspects related to let's say, invisible infrastructures. No? So I think now maybe for 6, 7, maybe even more years, I'm deeply into trying to understand what's going on behind the screens. So in the beginning, we were like investigating in this kind of like internet infrastructure, and then going deeper and deeper into algorithms, investigating Facebook algorithms, and then all of this turned into some kind of big mess that I'm doing now for some time. And the latest one that went beyond this, let's say, technology in a sense, so beyond the algorithms, was Anatomy of an AI System that I did together with Kate Crawford from AI Now. And that completely turned my mind in a sense of like, because most of the time I was investigating, some kind of abstractions like algorithms and so on. And then I went into like, okay, some kind of deep time analysis, and then started to investigate, okay, what's behind those like machines that are part of this infrastructure? What is behind this one little cylinder that we have in the room called Amazon Alexa? And then more and more I was going deeper. I finished at the end with the metals and mines in Congo, going around the world and sneaking into different kinds of like locations, like where it's not appropriate to go. So in a sense, my focus moved from the topics like algorithmic transparency and things like this, or ethic within, AI models, into the, ethics of labor, into like trying to understand complex systems of like production chains and so on. But I think I will speak more later on after this short introduction, no?
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, we'll definitely connect to that. Diana, you want to go on?
Yes, thank you so much. I want to start by saying this is a great initiative. I'm very happy and lucky to be part of this discussion. I think we need more discussions like this in the future, and I'm happy. I think this is only the beginning. So greetings from the Weizenbaum Institute, where I am the research lead for the team Criticality of Artificial Intelligence. We are interdisciplinarily trying to approach topics of symbolic power, bias, and explainability in relationship with AI. And we try to apply a critical lens to the technologies that are available nowadays and to create and engage the citizens like into these discussions and dialogue. Personally, I have also an involvement in arts. I have an additional background beside computer science in performance. And I'm fascinated by how artists are working. And I think there are so many opportunities for interdisciplinary collaboration that have not been fully explored there. From the performance side, I can say that bringing the body more to the center of the technical and social discourse, I think it would be a critical direction to follow. In general, I think artists are very good with being aware about their positioning in the world and how they describe their ontological position and how they describe the work. And I think this is also something that could sparkle a lot of inspiration, like in the scientific community where theories are developed, in the technical community where technology are developed. Being aware about who creates those technologies and for what purposes and under what processes, it's extremely important, and it needs more light. Also, I think from the artistic side, we have this kind of vision, the power of imagination. Sometimes technical possibilities that are at the moment can be expanded. So some of the technical possibilities are not there yet, but in order to do the research in the right direction, sometimes it's a deep leap of faith. And I think the arts are very good at providing that kind of sparkle of inspiration to go forward. And I'm talking from also my own experience. 3 years ago, I founded a theater collective called Replica, which was inspired, of course, like by Blade Runner, trying to mix those communities to see how exchange can happen between performing arts and creative technologies and how to push boundaries.
Thank you very much for this great introduction. Bertrand, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I try to keep myself short. So my name is Det. I'm the head of AI at Axel Springer. Axel Springer is probably well known here in Europe, and largest digital publisher. And my role here is basically we do simply applied AI research, right? So what we do is we try to take technologies and make it somehow useful for our companies, journalists, but also classifieds. Most of the time, I'm also very interested into actually arts because I'm also from Berlin. In Berlin, the art scene is actually quite fantastic, and basically, a lot of things what is driven in arts is also used somehow, in industry as well. For example, things like style transfer or image super resolution, where actually artists tried out things, or pix-to-pix, right? They use these technologies from their creative approaches, and then kind of these technologies somehow are transferred in industry again for other use cases like text-to-speech, which my teams, for example, worked on a lot, right? And a lot of computer vision topics.
Thank you. You wanted to add something?
No.
Okay, then the last panelist. Patrick, you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you. Yes. So I'm at Volkswagen Group for 3.5 years now. Before that, I was professor at Technical University Munich. But I took my research to Volkswagen, where I'm now heading the AI research in the group, and I'm leading the machine learning research lab, which is a small lab of some 30 people or so, doing fundamental research on machine learning and collaborating with other departments in Volkswagen Group and also outside to push the methodologies also to some applications. But that's the smallest part. The application part is the smallest part of our work. We are mostly interested in the fundamentals of machine learning, and also connecting that to computational neuroscience and so on. At the same time, I'm also research professor at ELTE University in Budapest, where I'm doing the teaching as well as some teaching in Munich, where my lab is located. I'm actually a lost piano player. So when I was 17, 18 years old, my father pushed me to computer science rather to piano playing. He was sure I would end up as a bad teacher. He was probably right, but I'm sad about that until today. So I'm also trying to combine my work at Volkswagen with some music stuff. So we're actually currently teaming up with a composer in Munich and a technical team in Holland and so on to create a concert with the Munich Philharmonic, probably also in New York, to do some arts there. But I don't want to talk too much because it might just as well fail. The concert should have been, I think, in 2 weeks from now, but of course that doesn't happen. So we have much more time to develop the methodologies. That's a nice part, but if we will ever manage, I don't know.
We'll find out. But thank you for the introduction. So we've got a lot of amazing topics to talk about. But I first want to take up on something Diana said with the who and what we want to do and how we want to develop the technology and who contributes. So I wanted to ask, why is human-centered approach in technology development vital, and what can arts and the creatives contribute? Who wants to start?
Okay, I can start from this part of the screen. Huh? Okay, so and I want to make even more complicated this question because I want to extend it to the question, like maybe we should not think about just like the human-centered technology, but also like Earth-centered technology, in the sense of like, we are kind of blind in like just rethinking a relation between us and the machines, us and technology that we produce. But in a sense, what we are doing on the way, it's completely, in a lot of cases, like devastating to Earth and to environment. So in a way, what I would like to hear more, it's like this kind of triangle between like relation, not just between humans and technology, but between the humans, technology, and nature together. Because if we take this into account, then the things are starting to be a bit different. Then we are not going to maybe to dig, I don't know how many tons of earth in order to create something small like this that will make our sound
a bit more clear or something like this in our earphones and stuff like this, we will start maybe to rethink what we are doing. And then the question or maybe like remark that I want to add is that like, okay, when we are thinking about like human-centric approach, are we just thinking about relation between us and device, or we are thinking about all of those humans that participate in creating of those like machines, like starting from like people in like digging coltan in Congo to like people assembling devices in China to are we think about like, you know, like some kind of ghost work that is completely embedded in production of all of those devices. So for example, like people who are tagging or labeling pictures for use for training of AI and stuff like this. So when we are speaking about like human-centric, on what human do we think? Do we just think about like end users, or we think about all the humans? So are we just thinking about the northern part of the globe, or we are also considering what's going on the southern part of the globe? So it's really, for me, it's really important
may I say something?
To ask those questions and to ask those questions and to not just to think and rethink continuously about this kind of user experience and just thinking about like how it is fair or ethical toward user, but also toward people who are invisible.
I already see a lot of answers and comments in all the eyes here. So who wants to go on, Diana or Patrick?
Yeah, I'd love to say something. I'd love to say something, but basically support what you're saying. So I've started an initiative on supporting the United Nations SDGs with machine learning, and that's something like a hackathon, which I'm organizing together with Microsoft, and the winning team gets €100,000, and the thing will happen in November. And it was a lot of work to set this up. And the first thing I found out is that the human-centered thing is totally bothering me, because for me it's not Germany-centered, and it's not automotive-centered, and it's not Europe-centered, and it's not human-centered, but it's Earth-centered. And I agree so much with what you're saying there. Is if people forget that, I am completely baffled. I'm just as well baffled with the constant thing on Europe versus the rest of the world. For me, the people who are competing on machine learning and things like that in China, which is seen by many people as a big threat, for me that is another continent with people, and of course there is an economic situation there and economic competition there, but in the end it's all people, and we have to take care of the greater good rather than just look how we can advance our own well-being. So kudos for what you just said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I continue? Because I also agree totally like with these opinions, and I would like to build on them, because I think human-centered, it's a term which is too generic and not generic enough. So too generic because which is exactly what do we mean by the human that we want to center this technology around? And then it's not generic enough because it can also like include other living animals, ecosystems. How do we situate this design, like in particular environments? So I think it's very, very important to be very specific and precise. And also like when we think about human, what part of our humanity do we want to capture? Like, where do we look for this human part in us? And I think this is a very interesting question, and I'm very passionate about this. Like, we've been lucky enough to be funded last year by the Volkswagen Stiftung for a performative project for a human-centered art science project to imagine the society of tomorrow. And this was one of the main questions that we tried to address, also like bringing theater in as a mediator for this search for the human that we wanted to accommodate, to build technologies around. And apart from that, like we focused also like on moderating the this kind of relationship, like we looked, instead of looking at the human directly, we tried to look a bit like in a indirect way through moderating the relationship between this human and the environment, like the relationship between self and other, no matter what this other might be, like might be a human, non-human entity, or like a specific habitat or landscape.
Thank you. That you want to? Oh, I wasn't sure who wants to add first.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with the point of that the human is very important. That you should take care when you build technology. But I don't want to add anything to that. So my point is more on like human-centered like product design. So I'm coming from more like creating products, right? And especially when you create technologies is like mostly very hard to understand by some people, especially when you think about machine learning, right? Especially when you think about statistic or probabilities, right? Many people don't really grasp the understanding of what is actually probabilities, because for them mostly it's like it's either true or not, right? That's what they can understand. And especially when you create a product that is usually smart, especially we are dealing with this every day, right? For example, when we use Google Maps to travel from A to B, right? We get something like that, or when we watch Netflix and so on. And all this stuff is, we don't really show like, the math behind that or the software, but it's actually like a user interface where a designer basically designs something around a human so that they can understand it. Because I would say that many people really don't really know what's behind the black box, So it's more like, like for example, my parents, my sister, like using that kind of thing. And I think there is like, you need the collaboration between, software people like machine learners, but also designers, right? To create something that is around centered with the human so that he basically understands that.
Thank you. Christian Ehler, you wanted to add something too?
Yeah, I mean, we are switching a little bit between the functionality of creativity in terms of AI and then a little bit the ethics. I mean, we in politics, we have a very practical angle. That's the question how a 100 billion research program looks like and to what extent we might be able to fit that together. So research, innovation programs, the economy, and that importance of creativity. But we right now it's not so technical. I mean, it's the interesting thing about that is, I mean, we take that as given in the expert community, but we did some research on how AI is perceived, and the interesting thing. It was not so much the discussion of the stakeholders, not so much the discussion in terms of politics. What we found out is that the perception of AI is much more driven by something like Matrix or Robocop or Terminator, and we should be aware that we need, I think, the creativity, the artists, the perception of all that, to explain ourselves and our societies of the world of the future. And we underestimate that completely in these days. I mean, we're looking back to the 19th century, and it needed Courbet and the Impressionism to make a society understand what is nature. I mean, nature was perceived on the one hand being present and a reality, but then on the other hand, it was so abstract and far away from the societal discussion that it needed the Impressionism or Courbet simply painting in the nature, that we get a perception in a public discussion what is nature and what has it to do with our societies. And I think what's the problem right now is yes, you could see that as a merge of technology and creativity, which is somehow functional to that. So then they're saying human-driven and so on, so that has a functional aspect and it has an ethical aspect. But I think that the challenge and the need for integrating the arts in a more broader context is that all this discussion we are going to have don't translate to a broader public perception right now. I mean, this is a very abstract discussion, and it's the perception in the broader public is either we take the functionalities of AI, so the AI which is in Amazon and all that stuff, or we see that as a threat, an abstract threat to democracy, to our individuality, to the cultural diversity, and so. And we shouldn't underestimate that. I mean, look back to the 19th century. I mean, the Weaver uprising is a low wind compared to what could happen in our societies if there is this general suspicion against AI transferred into political movements and in a more general perception that this is danger. This is controlled by big business. This is controlled by scientists, which we don't believe anymore. And I just would like, I mean, my daily job is to negotiate research programs, with the Commission, with the Council. That's the reason why we embedded that in such a way. I mean, that will be €1 billion for the creative industry in a research program that's unseen in the world. But I just want to make you aware that we easily jump into the technicalities of things, the functionality in a kind of rhetoric we are familiar with, but in the broader society that is not given. And even a positive reflection of that, let's be sure, funnily will be through the arts, through the perception in the media and so on. So if you go to my 14-year-old son and you talk to him about democracy or the functionality or a human-based approach in AI, he has no clue. But if you talk to him about AI and the link between machines and human beings, and so his world is defined by Matrix, Robocop, and Terminator. And so I think in a more general sense, we should understand, if we don't translate that discussion to a broader public into something they can perceive and they see positively, we're going to run into substantial problems. And I think that's fairly underestimated by the community. It's feared by the industry, by the way. They try to hide that from the broader public. But we should be aware that we want to integrate the arts in that broader societal discussion, because otherwise we will live in a world where people see that as a control instrument or something they have to fear.
I think we now went from from the beginning of what actually do we want to say about human-centered technology, how do we want to create technology, what do we keep in mind, through different approaches, and landing at the final question, how to communicate to society and how to integrate the society. So I think there are a lot of different aspects. Art and the creative industry can connect to industry and technology development. Maybe we want to focus a little more on these different aspects and on these different ideas very shortly now, because we are already in the last few minutes. That you wanted to add something here too?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a very short point to Dr. Ehler's point. I think where you would really want to start to basically educate the general public starts at school, right? And if I look at, for example, even just Germany, and I look at my niece and nephew, they don't really have, like, for example, computer science while they're going to school. So I think this is like a job of the politician, doing something already at this stage. And of course, industry and researchers can help at this stage as well, right? But if you really want to support that side, you have to really start early on with that side.
That's another layer.
So true.
Education.
So true, but who teaches the teachers, right?
Yes,
that's true.
So don't let's get caught up in this vicious circle here. But maybe we can go back to this question also. What could you imagine as a maybe collaborative tool or ideas or something we really should work on in future too, and together in the coming months and years, how to break through this vicious circle and to break up all these different dimensions that we have to focus on, from the technology development, from industrial goals, to education, communication with the public, and integrating all these bits and pieces. Diana, you wanted to say something here?
Yeah, in my opinion, I think we need to organize forums for participation and visibility. So forums in which the citizen could become familiar with a certain technology and could be engaged in a dialogue. The education, in my opinion, or the message shouldn't be unidirectional or like hierarchic, coming from science to the general public. I think we should find ways to create this kind of dialogue between different target audiences and communicators. And in my opinion, the solution that I see, it's coming also like from what I've experienced. Participatory theater has a lot of methodologies that could help with moderation, like in this kind of discourse of visibility, bringing the margins more towards the center and create a flux of discussion. So what I could see, for example, applied theories like, for example, the theater of the oppressed of Augusto Boal, who was creating social forums of discussion around important social topics, created more like in the context of the city and in interaction with these sophisticated technologies, like to have like melting pots, living labs, creative encounters between different groups of creatives, from the technological side to the general public, although this general public again is very generic. So I'm thinking also like we should be very aware like who we are talking with. Like if we want to engage school children, for example, in the discussion about artificial intelligence, then we might have like certain to develop certain methodologies for engagement. So that's my opinion.
That you want to add up?
Yeah, so I definitely agree with all of points as well. I think I like the idea of having this lab approach, because for example, when I in Berlin, when I met Jin Kong, I'm not quite sure if you know him. So he's also a machine learning artist, and what he does is basically using very, very basic machine learning models, like just computer vision, right? But then making them explainable in a way, right? So like visualizing the hidden layers so that people can actually interact and see how like a deep neural network works, right? And I think if we have this kind of like interaction with simple systems, so for example, like how does recommendation system works, right? So for example, if you go on Amazon or Zalando, you order something, you could build this simple kind of a toy game as well, right? In a lab situation. So for example, even we taught like little children how actually programming works, right? By just doing a game. And if you can do this for a broader audience, like where you combine this kind of gaming with teaching, I think that is something that is pretty useful, so that people can come and and then get kind of like learn about this thing in a very interactive way.
Vladan, you want to add here something, some ideas, some concepts, something, or something completely different?
Yeah, I would like to see more honesty and more transparency in a sense, and in a way, I think if we have this problem of how people are perceiving AI, in a sense of like they see like fantasies, like robots attacking, I don't know who, or Terminator or Matrix. In a sense, it's not so surprising, because like AI is fantasy, no? In a sense of like what we are calling AI now, it's not so AI, no? In a sense, it's more like some kind of like statistical approximation or process of like statistical compression. No? So if we want to be honest, we will not use and misuse this term so much, in a sense, and then maybe there will be less confusion. But the problem is like it's not so attractive, in a sense, to spend like billions and billions of dollars that's for something that it's called like statistical compression. It's much more it's better to call it AI, and then it's going to be okay, because AI brings this imagination of like robots and matrix and everything. So if you want to play with this fire of something calling AI, then you should be ready to face this kind of fantasies of what AI is. But in a sense, I think we need more transparency on a lot of different layers. And so it's not just one layer, it's like many of them. So we have like, for example, like transparency of hardware. So then we have like open source hardware. So then we need to have transparency of software. Then we need to have transparency of data set. Then we need to have transparency of production process. Then we need to have a lot of different forms of transparencies, because like technology that we are using now, it's built on the layers and layers of untransparency. So this is what I would like to teach students and future generation. It's how to open those boxes and how to try to investigate them, and then maybe from there we can start to think how to make better ones or how to make more ethical ones. But for the moment, we don't know how they work. So that's like
maybe
the first
how to collaborate
yeah.
to do that.
Exactly.
Patrick?
Yeah, I agree with all of that, of course, but it doesn't bring us any further, right? So I think you should take a next step and say, well, we sort of have to develop something like an ecosystem of trust, where you have trust, but certified trust.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that yes, we all think that we have to go this way and that we need these technologies. And if you call it AI or machine learning, that's not a discussion here now. We would need more than the time allotted. The 2 minutes left, but we certainly, I think, have to look into the discussion on how do we create such trust and how can we make trustworthy methodologies, which can also be trusted by the non-expert, right? By the end user. Something like the energy label on your fridge, right? You buy your fridge based on your energy label, and you trust in that, and you buy your eggs based on the bio label that's on there. So I think one should go in a similar direction, and of course that's a bit of a nightmare. I know that because I've been working on that for the last 2 years. But in a similar direction on the use of machine learning and intelligent computing methodologies in products, in processes, and in services that we as an end user are subject to. And I speak in that mostly I speak as an end user, because that part in the end is the one which is going to stay longer than my job at Volkswagen.
Thank you. We've got only 1 minute left, and we've got one question from the audience that I want to connect to the last comment by Christian Ihler. There's also some questions about what is being organized right now that's going beyond starts, and what is an outlook that we can look forward to and connect to all this discussion and new projects.
So quite practically, I mean, all the transparency discussion we often have with new technology in these times is also the question how to digest complexity. I mean, transparency is not just a question of making things transparent, it's also the question how to digest in societies complex things. And we had been thinking about that a long time. We were looking around. We have been very often to the Ars Electronica, which is for me is a wonder, a miracle place for almost 20 years, where nobody was thought even about that. And also the link between technology and the digitalization of the world and the arts. And so what we're doing right now is we're going in 22. So in 2 years from now, we're setting up in the framework of the European Institute of Technology a new kick for the creative industries. And that will be up to 250, 300 million euro in perspective. And we want to merge, university, engineer training, technology, And we want to merge it with, on the one hand, entrepreneurship, but also we want to use it to train people, but also to train or to muscle up the broader society in order to be able to digest that complexity. So we want, with the EIT, that's a triangle of industry, universities, stakeholders, and to some extent also burdened by the idea that should stipulate a broader and more differentiated discussion in the society. And one of the key components will be AI. And I think that's a first attempt. And the second attempt, I just want to come back of what we're doing in the research program. I mean, for the first time, we grant practically 1 billion euro for that. So to find ways, more integrative ways to translate technology to societies, but also to link creativity to upraising new technology in the digital age. And I think that is a very substantial step forwards we couldn't imagine 5 years ago.
So I think this is a really wonderful last comment and last announcement. So thank you very much for this. Thank you very much all the panelists for this wonderful discussion. And yeah, let's go on with the program.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Thank you.
Hello again. So after so many discussions, we're going to have a little break with a performance. Instead of just talking about the relationship between arts and AI, we will actually experience something of an artist that has been working with music and artificial intelligence. Moritz Simon Geist is a performer, musicologist, and robotics engineer. He wants to invent the future of electronic music with robots. His project ranges from robotic music performances to robotic sound installations. He collaborates with performers such as Miles on Mars and Robert Lee Pock. and he teaches on progression of technology and society at the NYU Berlin. So enjoy the performance.
Was die Kreativpiloten sind?
Gute Frage.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Welcome to my crib.
Piloten heben ja nicht nur ab und landen, sondern die sehen ja zwischendurch auch noch was.
Achtung, Kamera läuft.
Ich habe die ganze Zeit so viele kreative Ideen, so es hört überhaupt nicht auf. Und dann, wenn es ums Geldverdienen geht, habt ihr solche Scheuklappen auf.
Ich sehe Kreative und Kreativwirtschaft nicht als in so eine kleine Nische, sondern ich sehe sie wirklich als Schlüsselwirtschaftssegment fürs Überleben auf diesem Planeten.
Als Kreativpilot ist man in allererster Linie Mitglied eines fantastischen Netzwerks.
Mein Erfolg besteht eigentlich darin, möglichst viel Zeit zu haben, kreativ zu denken.
Ich bin nicht mehr Produktdesignerin, ich bin nicht Studentin, ich bin nicht Gestalterin, sondern ich bin Unternehmerin. Weil das, glaube ich, die größte Freiheit ist, gestalten zu können.
Wir sind ja auch gewachsen von mir alleine auf jetzt fast 20 Mitarbeitern. Ab und zu ein Risiko eingehen, scheint ja nicht ganz zu schaden. Und zwischendurch zu scheitern, scheint auch nicht zu schaden, weil es geht ja immer wieder weiter, solange du daraus lernst.
Schon mal mit einer Kuh gechattet?
Dann waren es am ersten Tag wirklich schon 250 Bestellungen, am zweiten 2500 und nach 4 Wochen 17.000 Bestellungen.
Ich habe mittlerweile bis zu 500 kleinwüchsige Menschen vermessen und habe eine Konfektionsgrößentabelle von XS bis XL entwickelt.
Ich glaube, wir haben ein Weltprodukt am Start und ich glaube, wir machen etwas, was es tatsächlich so auch noch nicht gibt.
Die Kaffeeschuhe bestehen eben aus Kaffeesatz, Kaffeepflanze. Der Rest zum Beispiel sind recycelte PET-Flaschen, Bio-Baumwolle, Kork.
Das Tolle an VR ist ja, dass man da rausgeht und das Gefühl hat, hey, ich habe das wirklich erlebt.
Viele denken an der visuelle Seite und vergessen, dass der Ton wichtig ist.
Die ganze Europäische Union rüstet sich gerade mit dem Thema Nachhaltigkeit und innovative Nachhaltigkeit.
Okay, now. Are you ready?
Messer herzustellen ist natürlich auch ein Handwerk, was seine Perfektion benötigt.
So, dann guck dir die Kreativpiloten an. Also wenn du die alle in eine große Halle packen würdest, die stellen aus, da kannst du reingehen und sagen, alles klar, das bildet die Kreativwirtschaft Deutschlands ab.
Welcome back. Well, that was really a treat to have such a performance on a Sunday, Thursday afternoon. I hope you enjoyed it. And now we will move on into our second dialogue with artist Agnieszka Kuran and computer science Luke Steels. In this dialogue, they will discuss how can art and AI address social challenges. And please note this session has been pre-recorded, so you will not be able to ask questions to the speakers. Enjoy the dialogue.
Hi again, my name is Manuel Sirauki, and I would like to introduce the next conversation in the context of art creates industry, empathic AI. Agnieszka Kurent, one of today's most notable artists working with collective forms of intelligence and toward the redefinition of authorship, will be speaking to Luke Steels, a world-renowned pioneer in the experimental development of artificial intelligence and the study of its implications for human life. Enjoy.
My point of departure was collective intelligence. On the one hand, and complex systems, my interest in complex systems. On the other hand, thinking about other intelligences, so non-human intelligences, like the need for the abandonment of the human exceptionalism and consideration that, on the one hand, the human, the notion of self has to be redefined today, and the human can be understood as a multitude of agencies, a kind of an assemblage and an aggregate of different agencies, from microbial, from like microbes in our gut, to viruses impacting our neurotransmitters in our brain, to AI that is more and more impacting our micro decisions and macro decisions, also collective decisions of entire societies. So in a way, we are kind of hacked from the inside and hacked from the outside, and the boundaries of the human are blurred. So I got interested in applying collective intelligence and this kind of diverse intelligences to art making. And I was in particular interested in the fact that creativity is not solely the property of the human, absolutely not. The very contrary, creativity exists in nature. Creativity is just a creation of new forms, of new things. So I was, from many years already, I've been thinking about artworks as complex systems, or artworks as living organisms, artworks that are constituted by various agencies. And about 6-7 years ago, I developed what I think is a relatively novel way of producing artworks that is based on applying collective intelligence to evolve or grow artworks. So not to create a finished work, but more like to create a system that will produce different forms where my control is limited, or I lose this control, and I more kind of set up certain conditions, and then these works are produced. So for example, I collaborated with various multitudes of agents, one could say, or elements in a complex system. So I outsourced or crowdsourced my work to non-human species, to termites, to bacteria and slime molds. And also to thousands of people. So I collaborated with thousands of workers on platforms such as Amazon Mechanical Turk, that is a crowdsourcing labor platform, and also more recently I was working with computer scientists at MIT Artificial Intelligence Lab, for example, with Boris Katz. And with neuroscientists from MIT to create systems that will produce artworks that kind of render this multitude of agencies. So we used neural networks, sentiment analysis, for example, to parse Twitter feeds of tens of thousands of protest movements, to kind of create this kind of sort of aggregated behavior and aggregated collective footprints of this evolving system. And I produced various works with this kind of outsourcing collective intelligence, essentially thinking in relation to AI, for me, the idea of like anthropomorphization of AI that has happened over many years is a total misunderstanding, of course. And AI is more like a complex system, is a network, and and so maybe closer way to imagine something like how like an empathic AI or like a creative AI could function would be a network of human or non-human or mixed different kinds of agents working somehow in a collective intelligence. So yeah, so many projects that I've done are trying to embody this complex mixed agency of various types of intelligences, various types of creativity, from algorithmic, geological, biological, and human.
So, well, I've been working in AI for a long time, basically from the early 70s. And I think it's difficult to define AI because it's not a monolithic field. You know, there are many threads. Some people are more interested in the problem-solving processes and planning and mathematical reasoning, and others are more interested in embodied behavior in autonomous agents, and then others are interested in collective intelligence, like Agnieszka was talking about. And so you have many different threads, and at certain times in history, we see certain of these trends becoming more important, or you could say more into the focus of attention. And at this moment, this is particularly the use of statistical learning techniques based on big data. Now, this has given a number of breakthroughs, let's say, in certain functionalities, but it has also created a worry, because this approach is felt to be kind of less human-oriented than, let's say, approaches like the expert systems that we saw in the 1980s. So that's, I guess, why the topic of this meeting here, of this day, is about empathic AI, which really is a call to balance the AI that we have today, which is based on quantification of human behavior, and then numerical processing, like with deep learning or other kinds of techniques like that. How to balance that with a more human orientation. Now, the problem is that, or the issue is that AI has always advanced by trying to circumvent meaning. And so the real challenge for us is, how can we develop AI technology in a way that it addresses, or let's say, empowers people rather than replacing them, or tries to catch more the meaning of that is so important in human interaction. And I think this is a bit the relationship, or one of the relationships with art and humanities, I should say. In the 50s until the 70s, 80s, humanities played a big role in AI. I'm talking about psychology, anthropology, linguistics, even literature, and so on. I mean, ideas from those fields were taken, were foundational for AI. And so this is not the case today. And so I think what we need to do is to take the ideas from the humanities and then also from art, with the idea that art is more focused on meaning and on understanding. So the hope that we could have is, that, let's say, artists who are used to or who care about meaning they help the technologists to gain back, to get in touch again with this fundamental aspect of humans. And then, of course, also in the reverse, there can be influence in the two ways, because the tools of AI could also help us to make sense of certain things that are difficult to make sense of. And collective intelligence is one example of that, because on social media we have now vast activity, and you cannot see it. I mean, as an individual, you see your own, what you are doing on social media, and maybe your friends, but there are dynamical processes happening, opinion dynamics, polarization, there's manipulation going on, and we don't see it. And so some of the tools of AI can help us to make this visible, and hence also to try detect meanings that are floating around in society that we may not be aware of, we don't understand it, although we are impacted by it. So I would say that these two topics, let's say relation between art and AI, I see that an interesting potential for the interaction, but by focusing on meaning, in fact. So we can then talk about how we could do all this, but this is one line I would like to put forward.
The subject that I've been thinking about a lot is how expressiveness can happen with AI in art, and the whole idea of like an artificial intelligence artist. What would this be? And so what I've been thinking over the past couple of years is I've been analyzing the history of human creativity, and essentially, creativity is always a dispersed network process, and early monuments of human culture, such as the mythologies or the Bible, they were monuments created by a multitude of humans, by mostly anonymous or almost always anonymous co-authors. Things that we would today call memes, that were just circulating stories that were then in the end shaped into the form of, let's say, Iliad and Odyssey. But they generated from circulation of stories, and they were co-created. So it was some kind of like a symbiosis of various kinds. And then over the history of human culture, we sort of evolved the notion of the author, of the singular individual author, which is quite interesting because it coincides with the development of early capitalism. And in my opinion, it's a way of extracting value. It helps to extract value from this individual singular signature. So a lot of the projects that I've been realizing over the years have been about that. So when I was outsourcing my work to termite colonies or slime molds and bacteria, these were forms created by a multitude of non-human entities. So it's a termite mound is produced by an entire colony of termites. And actually, what is really interesting, that the dialogues I had with entomologists that I worked with, is that each colony produces some kind of collective personality that is distinct and different from other colonies. So one colony could be very dynamic and militant and move from place to place. Another colony could be very slow and sluggish and peaceful. And these expressions, one would say, of this collective identity, they are manifesting through different shapes of termite mounds. So entomologists are, for example, able to say something about a given colony when they look at the shape. So, I found it as a very interesting way of like new application of form for form making, that I could just grow and evolve these forms that are each built by a society, like a pyramid or or like a cathedral. And especially that's why it was important for me to work with termites and not, for example, other eusocial animals like ants or bees that also create forms, but they are kind of, the diversity of forms is the really like observable diversity, and also similarity to the monuments of human culture in termites is very apparent. So so I was thinking about how, in contemporary world we can actually observe maybe a certain erosion of this individual singular authorship, which, I also see in a kind of a broader field of privatization of culture. So, and privatization of everything, privatization of water, privatization of seeds, of our genetic code, and so on. It's a process that happens. It's one of the characteristics of capitalism that it privatizes things that are in the commons. They are held in common, and so it has a very important political aspect for me, that individual authorship, it was just another figure to privatize, or to even to not only privatize, to draw profits from this individual form that essentially is created by a general intellect, by an entire society, by the multitude. So what I've been observing recently is that due to the scientific acceleration, there are now certain forms of erosion of this individual authorship. For example, of course, Wikipedia is a good example where knowledge is, at least to some degree, despite the hierarchies that exist in Wikipedia, but still it's a collective process, it's some form of collective knowledge production. And so I've been kind of thinking about where are the humans going to evolve? Where is it going to go in the future? And where is culture going to evolve? Is culture going to undergo similar processes as knowledge production, that it will be more collective? And of course, we can already see that, for example, a lot of scientists work in teams. I found it very interesting that recently, more often, Nobel Prizes, for example, are given to a team of scientists, and even more importantly, to several scientists that worked in different places of the world on the same subject and simultaneously made the same discovery. I think that's actually a kind of a milestone, because it's a recognition that things happen in multitudes, in networks, and that the whole notion of authorship is arbitrary. It has to be reconsidered. So I've been trying to think about questions of, what would expression mean for this kind of collective mixed agency, imagining like a kind of artificial intelligence artist. And I was even thinking, I started having dialogues about a potential collaboration of how one could train neural networks, how one could conceive of a very complex project that would produce artworks in a kind of analogous manner to how today there are fake Rembrandts being produced on the basis of analysis of all the paintings existing of Rembrandt or Van Gogh, for example. And of course we know that machine learning is capable of creating yet another non-existing Van Gogh or Rembrandt. But this is just based on the analysis of statistics of all these existing works. But what would this kind of artificial intelligence creativity mean for conceptual work, when it's not about forms, but it's about meaning and about concepts? So what kind of data sets would have to be analyzed? What kind of patterns should we look in the ways of working of, for example, the way that I work with ideas and concepts and systems, and forms are also important, but it starts with a concept. So this is how I was trying to work with these subjects. And so more recently, I've developed a series of collective signatures where algorithms are analyzing thousands of signatures of people, of members of protest movements, or members of one labor union, or people that form one institution. And we formed collective signatures that are this kind of idea of, exactly, with a polemic with this individual singular authorship. The project actually is called The End of Signature, because it speaks not only about the end of handwriting, but also about the end of signature as we understood it as a singular entity, so of a singular creative person, author. And during the past year, I have developed this series of paintings that are liquid crystal paintings executed on a copper plate that are connected through with an Arduino, and algorithms that we developed use sentiment analysis to look at feelings and emotions expressed by members of protest movements. And these feelings are harnessed there from Twitter feeds and Instagram feeds. We're just analyzing the language used and assigning values to different feelings expressed, from enthusiasm, hope, joy, to aggression, doubt, disgust, and so on. And they are being aggregated, and they are in a way converted into forms of electrical and thermal energy that is developed to the back of the paintings, back of this copper plates, and as a result, as this in different parts of the painting. And so the paintings evolve constantly because the liquid crystals which are on the surface, the liquid crystal paint, is evolving and changing color and shapes. And so basically what the result of it is this kind of collective expressions or collective footprints that could maybe even take us back to the, I don't know, Altamira or other kind of early examples of human collectively produced art in cave art, where also we have like traces of hands left by collectivities of peoples, forms of collective expression. So from this, through other forms of non-human intelligence and expression, so people like Antonio Damasio, who I have been in a dialogue with, the neuroscientist Antonio Damasio, they talk about how we can look at some forms of expression of emotions in very primitive organisms, in bacteria, and how we can draw a straight line from there to very complex form of expression in humans and in human societies. So basically this series of paintings is kind of trying to look at it, to consider as a single author as a multitude of agencies, of all this kind of different agencies, and also about how potentially human cultural production might go into this direction, that it will become more collective, more kind of symbiosis of various types of agencies, of multitude of humans and non-humans and algorithms and bacteria and slime molds and viruses, kind of creating this complex forms. And so maybe the notion of the author as we know it today will evolve, and we will maybe even disappear.
Well, there are many topics that have been raised, which are all very interesting and about which a lot could be said. So I will just focus on, well, the first one is this idea of, let's say, construction of cultural construction by community. And just to say that in AI, over the past decade, particularly also in my work, there have been people that have been looking at cultural evolution. Because in the 80s there was a lot of interest in self-organization, termites and ants and all those things, and then simulation of how we could have systems that exhibit the same sorts of self-organization as you observe in, let's say, in ants to follow a path, or creation of forms in shells. But then more recently, so this is 2 decades later, there has been an interest to see how these same ideas could apply to cultural constructs, more specifically to language, because language is an example of a collective cultural construction. We all contribute. Nobody is in control. We can all invent new words. We can change grammatical constructions. We have sounds. And so languages is evolving, is a complex adaptive system, which is at a very rapid rate actually changing. Now, again, we don't see it if we just look at ourselves, but if you look at the big picture, particularly if there are new media like social media, where you have restriction on the number of characters you can transmit, that you see a lot of change and innovation. And so this has been a point that has been studied in quite some depth recently. And for example, in my own work, we've been doing this by having groups of agents. In this case, we're talking about robotic agents, humanoid robots, in fact. And then to ask the question, what do we have to put in so that if we let them interact with each other in a particular environment, how could a new language emerge? How could new concepts emerge? New words, new grammatical constructions, new sounds. And so we do these experiments, we set it all up, we prepare them in some way, and then we let them loose for, 1 day or sometimes for a few weeks. We do this with small populations of a few, but in some cases with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of agents that are interacting and collectively constructing meanings about their environment and ways of expressing these meanings and of sharing the expression of it and sharing through that sharing the meanings that they have. So there's a lot to say about it, and we could have references perhaps attached to this video for people who want to explore that. So this is one thing. Another thing is that indeed if we go further in the issue of meaning, and as parts of a scientist in residence program, actually, of the starts a science in residence, which means that as a scientist is embedded in a art laboratory, I should say studio, and so in that context, I have been collaborating with Luc Tuymans, who is a painter, and the idea is to precisely to study expression and meaning, the creation of meaning, which I take as the foundation of art. The ultimate goal is the creation of meaning and the sharing of meaning. And so what I've been doing, and there's some images that can show this, is to see how do current AI algorithms, when they look at the painting, what do they see? And of course, there are many levels, right? There's the purely visual experience, but there's also the emotional content. There's also the cultural content. And so with of course, AI has multiple aspects to it, but so we can use like semantic web technology to probe the web for images, to see how images relate to what you see on a painting, a little bit like you stand before a painting, and you have all the associations, meaningful associations that come to your mind. But then other algorithms in computer vision, let's say, in order to understand how a painter can introduce a focal point of attention to pull the viewer into the painting, and how by the use of contrast and color and perspective, and lines and all those things, the medium of painting in this case, how these are used expressively to get to meaning. And so I find that an interesting vehicle to help us in AI to go beyond what you have now, because you could say, okay, we give as data all the paintings of Van Gogh, and we crank a statistical machine learning algorithm, and boom, some new Van Gogh painting is coming out. But I think as an artist, you are shocked. This has nothing to do with art, right? It is a surface. It is fake art, because it's basically reconstructing with pattern matching the form of the painting, but art is not about that. It's about meaning. So if you don't take that into account, I mean, what is the point? And so if we want to go further, and this is, I think, very relevant also for the use of AI technology in society, we have to engage with meaning, and we have to go beyond the statistical data level kind of processing that is successful in a way, but is actually not related to human experience, to human understanding. The same thing you could say about language. I mean, like if you do translation by matching n-grams, like you see in current translation systems, they don't even try to get to the meaning of what is being said. They are translating, they're doing it by pattern recognition and not by probing meaning. And so this is the thing, if we take the idea of empathic AI seriously, or human-centric AI, or all these things which are currently floating around, well, then that is what we have to do. We have to create a radically different form of AI than the one we have today. And so I think the artists can help us to, guide those who have been blinded by technology and by the power of, massive computing and big data. And so we have to be guided back to meaning.
Welcome back. Now we move on to our last discussion of the symposium today, which is a panel, which is happening live, which means you can send your questions via social media to us, and the moderator will answer your questions or address your questions to the panel at the end of the session. So in this session, Dr. Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg, Dr. Ben Goetzel, Jennifer Heyer, Reinhard Kager, and Christian Mio-Leclerc will discuss the question, can arts, cultural, and creative industries help create new forms on how humans interact with their environment? And I would like to pass on to the moderator and director of State Studio, Christian Rausch, for this session. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome back. So thank you, Fernanda, for this introduction and guiding us so wonderfully through this most inspiring day. Thank you also to the Center of a Competence Center for Kultur and Kreativkultur and Starts for the opportunity to moderate this panel. And a very warm welcome to our absolutely fantastic circle of experts who are part of this panel today. Welcome. And a very warm welcome to everyone you out there at the screens. I hope the next 45 minutes will be for all of us a most inspiring and exciting journey through the topic of empathic AI. So more specifically, the question that guides us today is the question of how arts and culture and creative industries can help us to create new forms for how humans interact with their environment. So to introduce the topic a little bit and inspire a bit of discussion, let's dive into it and ask ourselves of the recent developments of artificial intelligence, where regardless of how much in depth you were following this, one thing is certainly sure: it's been developing at a breathtaking pace, and it's not going to stop. AI will increasingly impact many aspects of our daily lives, societies, and industry. And as the promise of digital and technology in general has always been to allow and inspire new forms of interactions between humans and the environment. While technical developments are in the field of AI always propelled forward by the breathtaking work of scientists and engineers around the world, we need to ask ourselves, how are we going to interact with these new capabilities? How will we relate to them? And what for and how will we use and apply them? This, by definition, cannot be answered by scientists and engineers alone. It requires to think about the human element, the human condition, our desires and needs. It also requires us to get involved, actually all of us, to think beyond the status quo and imagine up new worlds and possibilities. Artists and creatives have always been at the forefront of doing exactly this. So what better way to approach the question of future possibilities of human-AI interactions than through the involvement of artists and designers, or more broadly, of actors from the field of art, culture, and creative industries. This has also been increasingly recognized by key players from the AI industry that have set up possibilities for involvement of artists and designers through, e.g., residency programs or co-creation labs. So this is the question we want to discuss today. How can arts and culture and creative industries help us create new forms of human-AI interactions? And if this question is exciting and important for you, as exciting and important as it is for me, you're at the right place. And without further ado, I would love to start with a short round of introductions of our experts. I want to start with the person who probably logs in from the furthest distance, Dr. Ben Goetzel. Ben is a technology visionary and absolute world legend in the field of future emerging technologies and specifically artificial general intelligence. He has a PhD in mathematics, but that doesn't define him very much. Nowadays, he's the chairman of the Open Cock Foundation, where he's tackling a fascinating approach at the topic of artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence. He is also the CEO of SingularityNet, and other achievements do include that he has been one of the parents of the world-famous robot Sophia. You may remember as the first robot that was granted citizenship in a country, in this case Saudi Arabia, in 2017. Welcome, Ben. Very great pleasure to have you on the panel. Next up, we have Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg, a world-renowned artist examining our fraught relationships with nature and technology. She's famous for her speculative and thought-provoking artistic work at the very edge of our technological possibilities nowadays. To give you a little examples, for those who are not as familiar with her work, she's been, amongst others, recently resurrecting digitally an extinct white rhino as a digital AI clone, or used synthetic biology to recreate the smell and perception of a forgotten Hawaiian plants and landscape. And all of this she does with a fascination about our human drive to create a better future and world, a topic which she also examined closely in her PhD work at RCA. We have another absolutely amazing artist here on this panel. Berlin resident, Christian Mioluklea, an artist I look very much up to, a media artist, former breakdance champion with a degree in computer science and now creative director of Wolfsbinaire, a Berlin-based creative AI company, working with companies such as Google, IBM, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or VW. A person so multifaceted that he can rightfully describe his passion as moonwalking on motherboards. That's what he loves to say, and I admire him for that. We have two amazing contributions from industry. We have Jennifer Heyer, the head of UX-driven AI at Siemens Digital Industries Creative Lab. Jennifer is an industrial designer bringing forward the human-centric innovation in AI at the German industry powerhouse Siemens. Apart from that, she is also currently doing her PhD at the Bauhaus University in Weimar, where she's investigating how creative community should and could possibly influence AI development. And last but not the very least, Reinhard Kager, the corporate spokesman of the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, one of the world-leading non-profit AI research centers, whose shareholders include Google, Microsoft, SAP, and Daimler. Reinhard is probably among the persons in the world that knows the German and international AI landscapes and its public perception like few others. So I'm very honored to have the honorable task of trying to guide us through an interesting conversation, which I want to start with asking you for a quick round of introductions. I did want to mention your achievements because I know that by how humble you are, you probably would have mentioned them yourselves. But perhaps you can just mention your name, what you're doing, and perhaps in one sentence, what excites you about the current possibilities at the intersection of AI and art in the context of human-machine interactions. And let's do it alphabetically. Let's start with Ben, and we go then to Daisy, Jennifer, Mio, and Reinhard. If we stick to 2 minutes each, we have still a bit or enough space for the discussion. So without further ado, Ben, may I hand over to you?
Sure, it's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Ben Goertzel. I'm primarily these days an artificial intelligence researcher doing a mix of things involving practical development of AI systems, artificial general intelligence research and development, some theoretical cognitive science work toward the AGI. And, I'm really began as a mathematician and became an AI researcher and developer and entrepreneur. But my engagement with Hanson Robotics, which has been going on 7 or 8 years or so with the Sophia robot, has been a very interesting intersection with the worlds of arts and theater and drama, all that, because David Hanson, who's the leader of Hanson Robotics and the primary creator of Sophia as both a character and a physical object and an interaction design. I mean, David began his career as a sculptor, and I mean, he sculpted Sophia in clay and then made a mold and made it into a robot. But he thinks very much like an artist, although he's also a scientist, an engineer, and businessman, and a lot of different things. And that's been it's been an interesting learning experience for me, because as a mathematician, my approach to AI has always been really in the core abstraction, learning, reasoning algorithms, right? And like, how do you model perception versus action versus cognition at a formal level? David is more thinking about like how you reach out to the heart and soul of the people that AI is interacting with, and then maybe how do you tweak their heart and soul a little bit to make them feel a bit uncomfortable, but also maybe satisfied in some deep way. It's a whole different way of thinking about it. And I think we're going to need more of that type of thinking as not only robots, but other types of AI pervade people's lives more and more. So I think the artistic point of view is going to be key to the interaction design of a huge variety of AI-based systems. And we could talk about that in the context of robotics, but then every other AI application also, from a self-driving car to, say, an automated biomedical research tool or whatever it may be.
Thank you very much, Ben. It's great to have you on the panel. I'm looking forward to go into these topics in more depth in just a minute. May I hand over to Daisy? Daisy, we have problems with your sound. Okay, let's, Mio, perhaps you want to take over for now, and we try with Daisy for just after we fixed it.
Yeah, my name is Mio. I'm artistic director at Binaire. I studied art through dance, and I'm coding since I was a child. I was programming, computer science, and I said I run Binaire, which means dancing with code, and therefore we research if the machine can contribute to the process of creative research. So is the machine able to predict trends, colors, shapes, distribution of colors, communication, visual communication, sound? Is a statistical method actually applicable to those thought processes, to the idea of how we research small mood birds in latent space? And is that possible to project with stats? And on the other hand, I'm an artist, and I use mostly artificial intelligence or generative systems in order to discuss very philosophical topics that interest me. So core interest is we know about ourselves, so I try to build machines that discuss this more.
Okay, is that working now?
Wonderful,
Okay,
it's working now.
Reset.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mia. Daisy, please, the floor is yours. Daisy, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you now.
Sorry.
I've been in an alternative world just now, which is very exciting.
Okay, I hope you can come back to ours and take over.
Yeah, I'll drop in here. Thanks so much for having me. And well, I guess I come from the other end of the spectrum. I'm an artist working with AI, not by necessity so much, but out of curiosity. And a lot of my work is around sort of focus on the ethics of technology and why do humans make things. So I'm curious why we invest in creating new life forms rather than protecting the ones that already exist, for example. Why is that such a disparate amount of funding that goes to these two different things? And that really comes to a question of values. And as we create new technologies around life, whether they're synthetic biology or artificial intelligence, I'm curious, how we sort of embed values into what we make. So the recent project I made that actually used AI was called Machine Auguries, and I worked with faculty AI to rebuild a dawn chorus using generative adversarial network with sound to actually recreate the sound of birds singing, and creating a simulation using a technology like sort of the deep fake is particularly interesting to me, because you end up with an experience that's very beautiful, but you have a sense of uneasiness of what is actually at stake. So as birds disappear, will we replace them with machines? It's not so much the question, it's more how do we think about what we value and how can we use those technologies to actually elicit those questions.
Wonderful. Jennifer,
yeah.
May I hand over to you?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, hi everyone, and I hope you can hear me. So as Christian already mentioned, I work for Siemens, and a couple of years ago, every leader had AI as a KPI on his agenda, and the chaos started, and a lot of AI labs popped up everywhere at Siemens. And I got a job offer at one of those as a UX designer. And we really quickly realized that, the scientific and the statistic people really need the support of the designers to really frame the problem and have a good starting point for AI and have the user in mind, so that we have trust into the systems and they are really used. We have internal AI systems as well as ones that we sell to the outside. And I believe in the design profession to really support the whole development, because the way we work is actually very close to how data scientists go about to set up an AI system. So I think in working together, we can really add value and make sure that the technology is used in a positive way to really augment humans and not replace them or optimize the jobs of certain people.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Reinhard, may I ask for your introduction?
Okay. So I have 2 minutes, so I have to jump right in the center. I want to say the following. We need the humanities and engineering together to discuss and develop technology that we really need to fight sort of climate change or COVID-19. Of course, this is the case. And yes, cultural and creative industries and AI can and will create new forms of human-machine interaction. But to be honest, I do experience a certain bias on both sides, on the side of the artists and the side of the engineers. And we have to overcome this fear of contact in order to develop AI and secure, privacy-aware and easy to use. AI tools that one can trust and have the ability to explain their results and their advice so that the user can understand whether the AI system really decides on the basis of the same plans, values, and shared goals. The AI system is knowing the context and the consequences to take or not to take a specific action. I am very optimistic that the creative economies can and will play a decisive role in this process, and that Europe will shape what AI can really mean for humanity. We can move forward together so that we better understand the limitations and identify the potential of AI tools. To do this, we have to overcome the focus on science fiction or marketing, but concentrate on the solutions and that really help us to tackle the problems that we face. There is no magic in the machine. There is only magic in the human heart. And this it is, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Reinhard. Let's stick with this topic for a moment when we try to shed a little light into the current state of AI, UX, or human interactions. In a recent article, April 2020, your director, Reinhard, Antonio Krüger, mentioned that now Europe needs to define how AI systems will be used in 10-20 years. He advocates that the next level of AI will be reached through the combination of machine learning with explainability, so a concept of hybrid AI, which basically means putting the human first, looking for human interactions, and also mentions that he sees that this is the big chance for Europe to adopt a leading role in future AI development, as you just mentioned also. This was also something that has been stressed in the morning again by the address from Roberto Viola, Director DG Connect from the European Commission. So where do you, Reinhard, see the current state of AI, human interactions, and its relevance for AI development?
So right now we have really powerful tools and really fast machines. And what they can do is they recognize patterns. And this is extremely powerful. But to recognize a pattern does not in any case mean that you understand what it really, to understand the meaning. And these systems have they have a lot of sensors, they have a lot of information, but they do not get the context of the action. They do not understand if there is somebody speaking. They recognize the words. They do not understand the meaning. They do not understand the goals. They really don't get it. And so therefore, these tools are brilliant tools to support humans, to enable artists, and they will help us really to moving forward. But really, come on, there is no real competition.
Thank you. I think this is a brilliant moment to bring you in, Jennifer, because you're at the forefront of this, working at Siemens UX with AI together, and also, having dived in that topic on a theoretical level. What's your experiences in your everyday work regarding human interactions with artificial intelligence and and the also possibility and relevance of involving artists into what Reinhard mentions, the importance of meaning and understanding and shedding value.
Yeah. So first of all, I think you really have to distinguish between B2C, so business to consumer products and development, and then the business to business development, because AI in B2C is really more about customization, a lot of marketing issues, more this kind of stuff, and they are already a bit user-centric or user-focused, because this is in the end their target group. Whereas within Siemens, we are more B2B focused. So everybody says we have no users. What is actually not true? We have a lot of users, but we have a lot more stakeholders involved. And unfortunately, at the moment, AI in B2B is used as optimization tools, so pretty much to really get rid of the human beings, because they are expensive, they are, harder to predict. So this is really a bad starting point, actually, for any AI system, because the humans or the users are afraid that, this is about getting rid of my job. To really, this is really hard, and therefore it is even more important to have human-centered tools and methods in place to make sure that you meet the needs of, first of all, the business viability and also technical feasibility, and these are the two drivers at the moment. So it is really important to also bring in the third part, the human desirability. And I think so far, and also what my research for the PhD shows, that we really have to develop new tools and new methods, because the systems we deal with, the AI systems, they are very complex and they are dynamic. You don't ship a ready-made product anymore. This is what machine learning is about. It's about learning, so it's developing on its own. And I think the process is good. You have to work iteratively, and you have to test and prototype and fail and do it again and repeat. So that works pretty well. But I think, we can do a bit more about the tools and the methods we currently use, even in design. But as Reinhard already said, it is really crucial that the data scientists, the machine learning engineers, work together with the designers to find the best solution for the users in the end. And there we have a way to go, I think, a bit.
Mio and Daisy, with this question, I have to address both of you again, because it's just many things that you share. And one is that although your work would be, it would probably be the worst description to describe your work as, human-machine interaction or UX-driven. But what you do still is you create imaginary worlds where you put kind of the human at the center of this world, and let us as visitors of your artwork, roam free in that world and feel like uncomfort, feel ambiguity, and reflect about the issues at hand. So in a way, you're also placing the human there. You also have, both in your work, looked actively for collaborations with global players in industry, and have completed very successfully many projects in that regard. How do you see personally, how do you navigate that space of perhaps industry-driven applicability and your personal freedom also to act as artists, and how do you bring it together? What's your practical experiences from artists embedded in kind of AI projects? Perhaps Mio first.
I try my best to not bring it together. That is very important. So my opinion is art that I express, and then sometimes I create impacts, what I think, and they can be right, wrong, sometimes good, sometimes bad. And that's without judgment, just what it is, what humans do. They do art. When it comes to a design part, this is a completely different part, because design is direct interaction with other humans, companies, etc., to solve certain solutions. And even though I'm now considered more coding, I come actually from a scientific HCI, human-computer interaction part. When I studied this in the end of 2009, 2008, and I hear today AI, 2008, 2009, human-computer interaction looked like Minority Report. People were about hands-free interaction in space, and were about glasses. And if I think of this merging of human and machine, that I don't see today with AI. I see a gap, and especially in design. So coding is done mostly through Python for experts, and that is how they interact. And the next station that I feel of interaction is very often consumers getting suggestions on Google. And in between, there's little knowledge. And I think that is not healthy. We need more gray skills and more insights about how this technology works across society in general. So I see this in design with clients talking about artificial intelligence with them. If that artificial intelligence doesn't look good, they don't like it. So you're always in between trying to decorate things, which is not what I would like to do, and making true research, which is very hard to communicate. This is what I see as a big problem in design. And in art, I see a big problem that most of the pieces I do, I need about 20 minutes to explain why I believe there's a sensation behind. And that drives back both to the same problem of, I think, a huge gap in society when it comes to knowing about this technology.
Daisy, would you like to take
I think my process feels a bit different to yours. I'm interested. I think mine's messier. So I come to these technologies from an architecture, design, and an art background, not as a scientist. And for me, entering into synthetic biology 12 years ago, and then starting to work with AI, as I start to see the overlaps between these fields as well, is the process in a way of an outsider coming in and asking very naive questions. And the projects themselves, the artworks themselves, are research projects where I'm learning about the technology in making the work. And in doing so, asking questions directly of the technologists. And for me, it's a sort of a messy, applied, ethical expedition and a learning experience. And those questions emerge in the work. So the Machine Auguries project, the Birdsong project, and Resurrecting the Sublime, which Christian mentioned, which was a collaboration with Ginkgo Bioworks, a biotech company, and Cecil Tolas, the smell researcher and artist, involved AI in this sort of deep searching through DNA to find sequences within the DNA of an extinct flower, to be able to recreate and reconstruct the smell of that flower using synthetic biology after that computational process. And it was actually the first time I'd used the technology in a work. So I've always made work about these technologies. And there's also a process of being implicated in the technology by actually going through this process. So my critical position is compromised as well, because I'm implicated in it. So when it comes to working with sort of companies, it's very hard to do this kind of stuff without them. And the kinds of budgets to work with these kinds of technologies are large. And the expertise is also, the excitement is working at the cutting edge. And I think that's what's really important is, again, it's a way to explore you're furthering the technology by creating a critical investigation of it, and it's a dangerous position and an interesting one. And that contradiction, I think, is in all of us around what we say we do and what we do, and and what we get excited about, and the excitement in innovation, and then sort of stepping back and saying, well, why are we actually doing this? And that's also what I try and embed in the work.
And I guess what both of you are also very strongly doing is as well as what you share with many artists, is leaving the field of applicability and kind of on our daily lives and our present perspective, and taking it further to the possibilities that may lie ahead in the future, and reflecting them as if they were present already, and making it also possible for us to experience them. Which leads us to the question of what will the future bring in human and AI interactions, and it's I guess no better person to be able to ask that to than Ben. So I would love to bring you in on the topic of this aspect, where perhaps you can share with us a few of your thoughts and ideas of what you think that the future of human AI interaction may hold, and what's on the horizon, and what new forms do you imagine? And what role artists and creatives could play in that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I agree with some of the earlier remarks made. I'm highlighting the limitations of current AI models that are out there in the world. I mean, these systems fundamentally don't understand what's going on in the same sense that humans do. And I personally, I don't think this is because digital computer programs can't understand what's going on. I think we just have some very narrowly constructed AI systems out there now. And I'm working with a fraction of my time and of my team at SingularityNet on trying to develop artificial general intelligence systems that can really understand what's going on. And there obviously that's become a real business now with Google DeepMind, OpenAI, and others also pushing toward general intelligence. But none of us are there yet to AIs with artificial general intelligence, and you can't predict whether the radical breakthrough will come like early next year or 10 years from now, right? So I think, given that AGI isn't here yet, I mean, as well as working toward AGI, that means it's a great opportunity to think about how humans are interfacing with AIs as they get hopefully more and more general in their intelligence, but also smarter in their ways and more pervasive in our lives, right? Like when we get the first AGIs for real, how are we going to interact with them? How are they going to interact with us? Like, what's the experience going to be like? Is it an experience that awakens our potential and brings us into newer, deeper states of consciousness, new modes of connecting between ourselves and other humans, and connecting between ourselves and nature, as well as ourselves and technology? Is it going to be an interaction that stimulates collective creation of awesome new works, or is it going to be an interaction that channels us into sort of being cogs in some giant global machine, and like point and click to buy this thing and accept this information that some elite fed to you, right? So this it has to do with a whole lot of different aspects of technology, including the algorithms inside the AI, including the ownership structure of the entities creating the AI, which I hope has an open source and decentralized aspect, as we're working on in SingularityNet. But it also has a lot to do with the interaction design of like what's happening in that moment of the human interfacing with an AI system. And this is why in the robotics domain, having an AI with a human face, as David Hansen has been pioneering, is quite interesting, because you're getting not only the verbal interaction, but you're getting subtle emotional and contextual cues. And that, I mean, that's very hard. You have to do cross-modal perception, and you need the actuation to be very good. And certainly in our work with Sophia and the other Hanson robots so far, you know, we've only gotten partway there. And in some contexts, it's been quite profound. Like we did these experiments, we called loving AI experiments, trying to have the robot display unconditional love toward people. So Sophia was being a meditation counselor and doing deep listening to people as they you know, unburden their heart and soul on the robot. And what you found is maybe 30% of people in these trials found some profound consciousness transformation and experience during these interactions with the robot, which is really cool, right? And I mean, there was an AI algorithm point there. I mean, we were using our OpenCog AI system, which is part of our research toward the AGI there. But of course, a lot of that's because David made a beautiful sculpture that just, you know, tweaked people's perception in a certain way when it came alive as an interacting being. And I think we need that synergy there at a broader level. I mean, we need it there in the AI bots that we interact with on our phone, instead of the very sterile and commercial relationship you have with a Siri or a Google Assistant. And I'm talking with Hanson Robotics now. We're in the early stages of a collaboration on elder care robotics, where you have like robot nursing assistants and so on in the hospital, which is, you know, very topical now, because the robot nursing assistant won't spread COVID from one patient to another. But then again, what's the experience? There's a social and psychological aspect to the interaction between an elderly person in the hospital and the nursing assistant robot. And of course, the psychological and social aspect can be key to the health of the body as well, given the holistic nature of human health. So I think there's tremendous potential and need for the aesthetic artistic aspect in bringing together the human and the technology. And I think there's a need for mechanisms that allows a very wide variety of people to contribute to this. So I mean, what we're trying to do with this nursing assistant robot project, which we're now in the sort of early stages of conceiving, but we're talking to a bunch of medical partners also. I mean, the robot is what it is, and I mean that's created by a sculptor and a bunch of engineers. But then on the back end, perhaps you can have a decentralized network of AI modules, like living in something like SingularityNet, which is a blockchain-based network that has no owner, and then you can have people from all over the world with all sorts of different backgrounds, you know, contributing to the behavior of these robots. And it should be the same with every technology that we interact with, right? We need the aesthetic interaction design aspect to be there, and we need mechanisms that allows a huge variety of technical and creative people to contribute to this. And we'd love to have this sort of ambiance to the development of AI technology now, when narrow AI is still the main thing being rolled out commercially, before we get to AGI, because I mean, we would like the first AGI to emerge in a positive and creative and sort of ecosystem, rather than more of a top-down and heartless sort of ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Ben, for letting us in on your visions of what might the future hold for us. You talked a lot about what we need, so let's not close the session before giving everyone the possibility to express their thoughts and feelings of what we will need to make sure that human-AI interaction are developing in the right direction, and how we can further make sure that the true cross-sectional approach is possible, and that artistic exploration and artistic collaborations are making me used as a central part of that. So we have very little time left, so let's try to reduce it to 1 minute per person, so everyone can say something. And I have to cut you off, I'm sorry if I do that. So who wants, Reinhard, do you want to go first? And then you're on the very
Okay, I can go first, no problem. So 1 minute. Now, in these days, we do not have artificial general AI. That's for sure. Nobody knows. Maybe we will have it one day. Let's see. If you have the chance to meet Hanson Robotics, go there and please touch. The skin is really, it's really nice to touch the skin of these machines for the day and for our time. As a lead translation, it is very, very helpful. It can break language barriers. It can help us to communicate. And I see human-robot collaboration. This is helpful. It is not where it will be and where it should be, but we have to work on this because in the end, we need the robots to clean up Fukushima.
Thank you very much, Leonard. Thank you for keeping the time. Jennifer, may I invite you
Yeah.
for your statement?
So I want to also agree to what Ben said, that we need diversity in the development of those systems. So I would like to encourage everybody to really, as Daisy said, curiosity about the technology, I think is very important, and not being afraid and say like, oh, this is all bad, because we have, I think, a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities. And what therefore is very important, also what Mio said, that we bridge the gap of, all the experts that know how to code and that know about the technology and the broader society, so that we really make sure that we bring those together to have a lot of different people on the table working on this new technology, because I think, it can be super exciting for everybody.
So bridging the gap, something that you, Mio, mentioned as well. I would like to hand over to you for your final statement.
I do believe this technology is incredible. I'm a huge fan. When I studied computer science like 12 years ago, we were hiding from AI at university because we thought, why do those professors call it AI? It's just stats. It has changed in the last 10 years and got more and more powerful, more and more impressive results. And I do believe that there's a force behind it, and it will go in that direction that gets the most support and most funding. What gets the most support and the most funding, we need to decide together. Therefore, as said before, we need curiosity. And then, based upon really grounded knowledge, we need to make design decisions. What we want, what we don't want, together. Then we can shape which forces we push into which direction, and then that can be one of the most powerful sensations of human science.
So a strong message to our hosts and partners of today that hopefully will be heard. Daisy, your last words.
What we haven't really discussed is empathy, and I think we've been alluding to it in the discussion, but we haven't really defined it. So for me, the idea of an empathic AI is troubling, and I'm very curious about how we would define that and who gets to define it. So as always, sort of coming back to these values, and I think as we look at the world in 2020 with so many different interlocked crises happening, and many of them stemming from issues of inequality, I think it's unbelievably important that we're asking why we're making these technologies and who are they serving and who are they for. And that, to me, is the starting point of an empathic technology. But I think we can't do anything before we've actually set an agenda for who benefits and who is excluded or targeted by them.
And I'm just hearing on my microphone that we have still time for one more question, which I'm very happy about, because it's a wonderful question. And I want to read it out to you. I guess it's most likely for Daisy, Mio, and or Jennifer. The question from Anna is, how do you manage the time required for artistic exploration with this fast pace of industry in regards to technological development? And are the rhythms of creation compatible? Very valid question. I just throw it into the group. Who wants to catch the ball first?
For me, it's the other way around. What I want to do, maybe my ambitions are faster, and technology isn't quite where I think it is, and that's part of the process. So, but in a way, the creative process is led by the technological development as well. So it's like what's possible when you change, and what comes out is something hybrid.
So, dear industry, don't underestimate the fast-paced minds of the artists and creators.
Of troublemaking artists.
Wonderful.
If you want, I can jump in
please,
too.
Please,
I think it's a very valid question in the industrial context. This is always about time and money. And now that lean is everywhere and agile is everywhere, it's even more confusing. So what we do, we have the freedom in our small innovation circles that we start with small projects and show the value add with the smaller projects that don't, they are not as complex as the scaled ones. So we really start small and present those results to the management, and in the best case we did a good job and they are optimistic to really roll this out. And then all of a sudden there is the time and the money to invest in proper user research, talking to the users, and do a lot of good things to make sure that what you implement in the end is really working in use. Because, and this is also the other effect that we all sometimes use, we say like, look, all those projects where you didn't incorporate human-centered design, where you didn't take the time to go out in the field, come on, be honest, how is the implementation phase going? So this is also so we start small and then scale later, and also show negative results if you don't do it, what happens with the products and services.
So, Mio, do you want to weigh on this?
I was just, I wasn't sure if there's enough time still. I think, yes, it can be tiring in general to change and learn. It can be very tiring, but I think it's also necessary and right now super exciting. As said earlier, I haven't seen this coming. I thought of algorithms as the highest form of intelligence, that there is something in data I didn't saw coming before, and now it is the time. But how I would at least suggest to designers and artists where to jump in and what to learn, the things that make sense to them and that drive them poetically. If there is a linear regression format, you might not be able to do a lot with it. Then there's different sensations, however, in those advanced statistics that are totally applicable to think new about imagery content, about shapes, about why humans did this thing and how machines could do other things, then to jump on this. So most of our works, for instance, don't feel driven necessarily by the newest technology, as we take up to 1.5 to 2 years per work, that we continuously concentrate on one technology, then building one statement that we hopefully think might be interesting to others.
Thank you. So, our time is unfortunately up. It's a topic that we should and could go much further into depth, and I hope that we have more opportunities in the future, and that the requests are that you heard are that you voiced are heard. With that being said, I want to thank again you, the wonderful panel of experts that agreed to participate in this very important discussion. I want to thank again the Center of Competency for Culture and Creative Industry. Wonderful, now I managed to say it as well. Sorry I messed it up before. And our dear co-host of Starts from the European Commission. Please come and visit the exhibition here at State Studio. It's a wonderful example of what artists and creatives can do in the context of technology and imagining up future worlds. With that being said, thank you very much and have a wonderful evening still.
Thank you. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ihr habt ein Unternehmen? Seid selbstständig oder habt gegründet? Was ihr macht, leistet einen wichtigen Beitrag zur Kultur- und Kreativwirtschaft Deutschlands, ob ihr ein Team seid oder solo. Wir suchen im Namen der Bundesregierung Menschen, die den Mut und den Antrieb haben, eine gute Idee zu verwirklichen. Wir suchen euch, Kreative und Innovative, die vorreiten und mitdenken, die die Zukunft gestalten und Visionen haben. Wir suchen Kultur- und Kreativpiloten. Durch ein einjähriges Mentoring-Programm bekommt ihr als TitelträgerInnen die Unterstützung, die ihr braucht, um mit eurem Konzept durchzustarten. Was heißt das genau? Frische Impulse in Workshops und persönliche Betreuung von Experten und Expertinnen. Ein neues und riesengroßes Netzwerk an Kreativen und mediale Aufmerksamkeit für euer Projekt. Kurzum, alles, was euch pusht, herausfordert und vorwärts bringt. Bewerbt euch jetzt auf www.kultur-kreativpiloten.de. Überzeugt uns von eurer Idee und werdet 2020 Kultur- und Kreativpiloten Deutschland.
Hello again, and now it's a wrap. So I'm here back with Julia Kohn, the Director of Center of Excellence for the Culture and Creative Industries, to say a few remarks, some key learnings from the day, to kind of try to summarize some thoughts of all the input that we got throughout the day. Julia.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you everyone for being with us all this afternoon. I think we've heard quite a lot of different points, different approaches, different angles to the topic of the day. And I'll try to summarize a few of them. Forgive me if I forget some, but I think one thing that was completely clear during the whole afternoon is that artificial intelligence, new technologies, and also innovation really is a human business, and it's the people that make the difference. I think Reinhard Kager summed it up nicely in the last panel where he said, it's the magic is in the hearts of the people and it's not in the machines, and I think this is a point that was raised over and over again all afternoon. And then I think we've seen a great openness and curiosity to engage in cross-sectoral discussions around this topic. And it was mentioned quite a few times that this artificial intelligence topic is actually a topic that needs to be discussed cross-sectoral. So there's no need in having 15 different tables where specialists and experts discuss it from their own angle, but we need to have one big table where everyone is discussing this topic together to make sure the human approach and the human dimension of this topic gets heard and gets a position at the table. But one thing we have also heard is that while today was a lot of openness and a lot of people that are engaging already in these interdisciplinary discourses, there's still a great need to raise the visibility, to showcase more examples of cross-sectoral collaboration where we can see them. So I think that's a job of all of us to highlight these examples where they are. And in order to create more of them, I think it was also mentioned a few times this afternoon that we actually need ecosystems and spaces that allow for experimentation, that allow for laboratories, that allow for prototyping, that allow for trying things out interdisciplinary on very grassroots levels, but in a way that many different industries come together in this. And I think this has two implications. One, on a public side, that we need support programs, we need instruments that are horizontal, that include culture and creative industries and the arts in disciplines which naturally might be discussed more from a technological or a research perspective. So get everyone together at the table again and have support programs which allow for this kind of experimentation, for this kind of trying things out, also in a result-open way, to have prototypes, little examples, little things to try out and to kind of raise awareness and create curiosity and also inspire people who are not so close to the whole topic yet to come and try things out themselves. And for all of us practitioners, I think it's important, experiment whenever we can, try things out, get out of our comfort zone, choose and look for people that we might usually not talk to and get involved and try things out in an interdisciplinary way. Maybe one last thing that was mentioned over and over also is that I think it was always called the black box AI theme. So there appears to be a need for formats, new forms of engagement that allow for a different kind of understanding of what AI is and how we as the public can engage with it. So kind of enhancing technology with meaning and facilitating a discourse where needed around this topic, and also kind of translating and reducing complexity is super important, and that is a role which arts and culture and creative industries are taking on, and I think that is very important and that we have seen this afternoon. Yeah, and that maybe as a summary from me. And before I give back to Fernanda, I'd also like to say a few thank yous at the end. First of all, to my team, specifically Linda, Charlene, Katja, Wiebke, everyone at the Kompetenzzentrum. This was a tremendous job. Thank you very much for all your work. Then the State Studio. Thank you guys, Christian and all your team, for the great effort in putting this exhibition up and hosting us today, making all this possible. Thank you so much. And then, of course, once again, Ralf Doom, Patricia, your team, thank you for the collaboration. It's been great. And last but not least, thank you, Fernanda, for guiding us through the afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a very interesting experience, to say the least, like guiding the ones I cannot see throughout the screen, but I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, and we're keeping 1.5 meters of distance.
Exactly. So this is my cue to talk about the next point. So as you can see, we have like this 1.5 meter distance here, and as we are in the same space. And because of the current situation, as you can imagine, we could not, as usually in the end of a symposium or conference, do a reception or a gathering with everyone. But we managed to create a virtual alternative, which we will guide you through in 1 second, Julia.
And I think that is a good kind of point. I just forgot it, but I think it's super important also. Thank you, WeCap, for allowing the technical infrastructure, for making all this possible. We have a whole group of people behind the scenes here making everything possible from a technological level. This is incredible. It's like a film studio here. So thank you.
Exactly. So as I was saying, so now with the whole team getting together, our technical team, the competence center team, State team, we managed to recreate State Studio in a virtual space. So you are invited to join us in this virtual gathering. Bear in mind, it's an experiment. We hope we will manage to make it work. So as you can see now on the screen, there is a second image there, which is basically showing you the first thing you see when you try to join our gathering. You can find the link to the gathering on our website, on the Competence Centrum website, and on the social media platforms, the same platforms where you're posting your questions. We just posted, the link should be there by now, and by clicking on this link, you go straight to this page, and now we actually have Linda guiding us through. She's a colored, I don't know yet which color she's going to be, dot. So when you go to this website, to High Fidelity, you click on this little arrow, and you have the option. So the interesting part is that when you join in, you will see a map of the State Studio, and you'll be able to navigate, and you have audio, so you'll be able to talk to the other people who are joining virtually in this version of State. And of course, we have a bar. But so when you're logging in, make sure that, very important that you put your name so we know what context, where you're coming from, like if you're one of the speakers, or also, I don't know if you have the option to put your title as well, or what's your organization, but at least your name would be really good. So we can, address you when we meet you in this virtual studio, State Studio. So as you can see on screen right now, you can choose your appearance, which, we all be dots. So it's very, neutral and, no, like the bias, unless you don't like a certain color. But you can choose to be any color, and you'll be a little dot. As you can see there, you see that Linda chose green. So, and then with your mouse or with the keyboard, you can navigate with the arrows, up and down. And the same way as in real life, when you get closer to a dot or to another person, you hear them louder. So as if we were in a space, you get very close to them, you can talk, and you should be able to hear them loud and clear if you're close to them. So there we have Linda and another red dot. I don't know who that is. And we made also your lives easier by posting some questions in the different areas of the map, so you can start a conversation. If you don't know where to start, there is a question there that you can address to your fellow dot. And we have even a ball pit and a garden and a terrace and a bar. So just join us and let's explore this virtual gathering together, and I hope we will see a lot of dots popping up in the next few minutes.
All right. And I think we're coming to an end.
I think it's
of
the end.
today, because there's more symposium tomorrow morning, so join us again at 10 o'clock. You can find the links on the website and on the social media, right?
Exactly, and don't forget the exhibition is also opening tomorrow from 6 p.m. and make sure you register in advance, because we need to do that because of the current conditions. So on the State Studio website you can find all the information about the program during the day and the exhibition, and you can register. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening and hopefully see you in the virtual gathering. See you next time.
Bye-bye.